The details of Canada's new countermeasures.
Chris, it's a little bit of an eye for an eye situation. So Donald Trump imposed 25% tariffs on vehicles imported into the U.S. from Canada. Now Ottawa is doing the exact reciprocal move, at least for vehicles that are brought into this country from the U.S. that are not compliant with the Canada-U.S.-Mexico Free Trade Agreement, or CUSMA. There's a secondary part to it. Canada is also imposing 25% tariffs on the components of vehicles that are not made in Mexico or Canada, the components themselves, that is, even for cars that are otherwise CUSMA compliant. So as you can imagine, that's not super easy to track down, to go into each individual car and figure out which component is from where. And as a trade lawyer breaks it down, there are people in charge of doing just that. Have a listen.
The automotive industries have a lot of people working on this. They bring in external consultants that all they do is rules of origin with respect to automotive industry. And they're trying to work their way through these calculations to make sure that their goods continue to qualify now, more important than ever, because of these massive tariffs on both sides of the border.
There's one more element to Canada's retaliation. The Finance Department has said that proceeds from these Canadian counter tariffs are supposed to go toward the auto sector itself, toward the impacted workers and helping them out, but we don't exactly have the details on how that's going to work yet.
All right, Rafi. And of course, this U.S. trade war is featuring front and center on the election campaign trail as well. The party leaders fanned out across the country today. Pierre Poilievre is up next this hour. In fact, he'll be speaking apparently about bail reform. What else can you tell us about what he and the other party leaders are talking about as we look live at where Pierre Poilievre will be speaking momentarily?
Yeah, the Conservative leader is in Sault Ste. Marie. That is Liberal territory, though in 2021, they only won by less than 1% of the vote. So clearly the Conservatives hoping to make an impact there. Their announcement is indeed about crime. The Conservatives say they're going to enact a 3 stops you out law if they get to form government. Essentially, it means that if someone commits serious crimes 3 times in a row, they will no longer be able to opt for bail or house arrest or probation. They will face at least 10 years of imprisonment. That will be the gist of the Conservatives' announcement today. They've already been advertising that on social media. We know that Liberal leader Mark Carney is going to be in Calgary for his announcement later today. Calgary is also where he had a rally last night. The Liberals say some 2,000 people attended, dwarfed in size by Pierre Poilievre's rally in Edmonton earlier this week, though Alberta is a Conservative stronghold, so that's perhaps not too surprising. The Liberals are saying they're hoping to make gains in both Calgary and Edmonton, something we have not seen since 2015, 10 years ago, when Justin Trudeau first got in as Prime Minister. Now, the Liberals are going to be speaking about energy, which is, again, maybe not surprising given that they are in Alberta today, though they would not reveal more details at this time. We know that NDP leader Jagmeet Singh will be in Vancouver again this morning. And as for the Bloc Québécois, they will be campaigning in the Montreal area.
All right, Rafi Boudjikanian for us there in Ottawa. And as Rafi was just mentioning, Pierre Poilievre is just moments away from speaking live in the Soo. And we will take you back live to that press conference, as Rafi was saying, likely to be about bail reform, though you can anticipate that he will certainly be speaking a great deal about the U.S. trade war and the tariffs, Canada's counter tariffs coming into effect today on U.S. autos. We'll watch for all of that in just a moment. But in the meantime, let's take you right to Washington, where Katie Nicholson is standing by live. And Katie, U.S. officials are now speaking out in reaction to China's response today to all of these tariffs.
Also, Wall Street, a lot of criticism this morning. I want to start with mega billionaire Bill Ackman. He put another lengthy post on X. You'll remember he put one up earlier before these tariffs rolled out, really critical of the plan, asking for a pause. So here's a little bit of what he put out this morning. He says, our stock market is down, bond yields are up, and the dollar is declining. These are not the markers of successful policy. If the president doesn't pause the effect of these tariffs soon, many small businesses will go bankrupt and medium-sized businesses will be next. And he's not the only Wall Street voice that is raising concerns this morning. Here is JP Morgan CEO Jamie Dimon this morning on Fox.
So are you hearing that from CEOs as well in terms of business managers? Are they now going to start pulling it in and cutting back on various expenses?
I think you're going to see a little bit of that, yes. Yeah.
But how significant would you expect that? Do you personally expect a recession?
I am going to defer to my economists at this point, but I think probably that's a likely outcome.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Because markets, I mean, when you see a 2,000 point decline, it sort of feeds on itself, doesn't it? Because it makes you feel like you're losing money in your 401k, you're losing money in your pension. You got to cut back.
Yeah. I always remind people markets aren't always right. But
President Trump, for his part, defiant last night. He gave a 90-minute speech at a Republican dinner, really again insisting that the rest of the world has been ripping America off left and right, and again insisting that his tariff plan is going to be legendary and will work. His harshest words of the evening, as they have been consistently over the last couple of days, really reserved for China, which of course is now subject to that eye-popping 104% tariff. So here is a little bit of what President Trump had to say last night about China.
Until they make a deal with us, that's what it's going to be. I think they'll make a deal at some point. China will. They want to make a deal. They really do. They want to make a deal. They just don't know how to get it started because they're proud people.
So, Chris, as we've been reporting all morning, China equally defiant. It had clearly telegraphed it was not going to back down to any kind of bullying. And indeed, this morning, the finance ministry is announcing that additional imposition of 84% tariffs on U.S. goods. Now, I have more clips for you because obviously this has been all the chatter of all the shows this morning. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent, he responded to this latest escalation from China on CNBC this morning, essentially saying it wasn't a good idea. Here's a little bit of Scott Bessent.
I think it's unfortunate that the Chinese actually don't want to come and negotiate because they are the worst offenders in the international trading system. They have the most imbalanced economy in the history of the modern world. And I can tell you that this escalation is a loser for them.
So, Chris, no signs that either of these superpower nations is going to back off here.
All the chatter, as you mentioned this morning, likely to be the chat through the day as well. We know that one of Trump's top trade officials is going to be testifying again on Capitol Hill. What are we expecting from Trade Representative Jamieson Greer?
Well, he had a pretty bumpy ride yesterday when he was before the Senate Finance Committee and is likely going to have another bumpy ride today. The general consensus yesterday in committee is, yes, it's good to review trade practices. Nobody would argue that they want to see more manufacturing brought to America, a stronger American economy. But very harsh and pointed questioning from Democrats, unsurprisingly, who confronted Greer with the predictions of inflation and recession. But what was really particularly interesting to watch was the sort of delicate pushback from Republicans. In some cases more subtle, but with a view to really showing some of the flaws around how hastily these massive tariffs have been rolled out. So I'd like to point you to James Lankford. He's a Republican senator from Oklahoma. He is largely a Trump supporter. He has spoken in the past about his trust in Trump on the economy, but he sort of pushed a bit yesterday on what exactly happens for companies like, say, Target and Walmart, who have contracts with clothing suppliers in Asian markets. This is a little bit of how that exchange went.
Another issue has come up about garment manufacturing. Obviously, this is a challenge. We'll have different pieces that are bought from different countries. We don't have a lot of garment manufacturing here in the United States. For those garment manufacturers that are here and for others, some in Oklahoma, they're asking me about exclusions and exceptions.
The president has been clear with me and with others that he does not intend to have exclusions and exemptions, especially given the nature of the action. If you have Swiss cheese in the action, it can undermine the overall point, which is to get rid of the deficit, achieve reciprocity.
Now, Greer's appearance before the House today really comes as there are fresh worries that House Republican support for this this big, beautiful bill, as President Trump has called it, it's really dwindling. It's supposed to pave the way for his legislative agenda, all the tax cuts he wants and the spending reductions. And there are also murmurs that more Republicans than expected might support a Democratic bill in the House, which is looking to curtail the president's ability to enact tariffs. Of course, this only matters if either of the bills that are attempting to do this, there's one in the Senate, one in the House, if they get enough of a majority to override a presidential veto, since the president has insisted he's not going to sign any such bill whatsoever. But I would note, with regards to his big, beautiful bill, he is urging today on Truth Social once again to those House Republicans to push that bill forward, encourage them to vote for it.
And I know you will be watching all of his truthing through the day. Katie Nicholson for us there in Washington. Thank you, Katie. Now back up in this country, of course, we are just waiting for Pierre Poilievre to start speaking in the Sioux in any minute now. And of course, all of the federal party leaders are fanning out right across the country for yet another day on the campaign trail. They're pressing their messages and trying to win over voters. And this week, the CBC News fact-check team continued to look into the leaders' claims about topics like foreign ownership and the middle class. Here's Jonathan Gatehouse.
Pierre Poilievre and the Conservatives held their biggest event of the campaign Monday night, drawing thousands to a rally in Edmonton. It featured a lot of promises for the future and many claims about what the past Liberal government has done and hasn't done. That includes a statement about Canada's middle class and how they fared under the prior Conservative government compared to the Liberal one. Here's a bit of what Poilievre had to say.
The New York Times had just declared that Canada had the richest middle class in the world.
So that's true. The New York Times did write that back in 2014 based on their own analysis of data from the LIS, a cross-national economic data bank in Luxembourg. However, it was in the context of discussing income inequality in the United States, how the income of the wealthiest Americans had grown faster than any other nation, while lower and middle-class earners had seen their pace slow and stagnate, allowing Canada's middle class, which had traditionally lagged behind the U.S., to catch up and surpass the American one in terms of after-tax income.
All right, and sorry to cut Jonathan off there, but Pierre Poilievre has now started speaking in the Sault Ste. Marie, and we're going to listen in live together.
Has made life more dangerous. That's one reason why we can't risk a fourth Liberal term. We need a change to lock up the worst offenders, treat addiction, and bring home safety to our communities. Once safe streets have become scenes of chaos and disorder. For too many Canadians, the threat of crime is now an everyday fact of life. It wasn't like this before. Canadians used to walk their streets in safety and tranquility. In small Northern Ontario towns, many did not even bother to lock their doors because it was so safe. But starting 10 years ago, the Liberal government began adopting catch-and-release policies, like C5 that allows repeat offenders to do their sentences in their living rooms under house arrest, or C75, which says that the judge must release an accused at the earliest opportunity and under the least onerous conditions, even if that offender has 75 or 100 prior convictions. The result? The Liberal violent crime wave has made many communities unrecognizable. Violent crime is up 50%. Gun crime has soared 116%. Gang homicides are up 78%. And extortion is up 46%. Auto theft is up an eye-watering 357%. Le Canada a souffert pendant la décennie perdue des libéraux.
Canada suffered during the lost Liberal decade. But no one suffered more than the victims of crime. Crime exploded because of the lost Liberal decade, where they allowed the worst criminals and repeat offenders to get back on the street, almost being released right away. With C75, the Liberals allow accused to be released in the least restrictive conditions at the first opportunity, according to the law. C5 allows the worst criminals to serve their sentence at home. Netflix sentences. That is how we lost the authority that existed before. Canada was one of the safest countries in the world before the Liberals. But 10 years of the Liberals have meant that policies have changed. They removed the policies put in place by the Conservatives, they reduced sentences, and they brought in automatic bail policies. They legalized hard drugs by saying to the Crown prosecutor not to pursue progressive sentences, and they have not controlled our borders. A wave of violent crime followed those Liberal policies. 50% more violent crime, 116% more gun crime. Gang homicides went up by 78%, extortion by 46%, and auto theft by 357%.
This is not happening only in our big cities, but in smaller cities like the Sioux. Calls to police are up 7.8% since 2020, and residents have woken up to stories about multiple shootings in a single weekend. Or news of that police had raided an apartment, finding guns, fentanyl, and other drugs. In that case, one of the men who was involved was out on early release. It's an all too familiar story. In Saskatchewan in 2022, Miles Sanderson and his brother went on a killing spree. They killed 11 people and injured 17. Think of that for a moment. 2 men killed or injured 28 human beings. Now, that is bad enough, but what's worse is that it was absolutely preventable. Sanderson was out on statutory release. That is to say, he was released because the law required he be released after 59 prior convictions. 59. This is insane.
Someone can commit 59 consecutive crimes and be automatically released based on a liberal law. That's ridiculous. And the consequence was that 11 people lost their lives.
Investigators in Peel Region made 18 arrests in connection with a string of home invasions, armed robberies, carjackings, with over $1.2 million worth of stolen vehicles recovered. Of the 18, half of the offenders were out on bail. Across Canada in 2022, 256 people were charged with homicide while they were out on release, either on bail or parole. In Vancouver, police had to arrest the same 40 offenders 6,000 times. That means that each offender was arrested on average once every 2 days all year long. And those are just the crimes for which they got caught. Can you imagine being arrested 150 times in a year? You must be doing crime all day, every day, for that to be the case. In other cities, we have individual offenders who, by themselves, raise the crime rate for an entire city. There's one offender in Penticton. The police say when he's out of jail, the crime rate for all of Penticton goes up because he, by himself, does that much crime. The good news is that we don't have a lot of criminals in Canada. The bad news is they're very productive. Enough. It's time to lock up the very small group of rampant career criminals who are causing all the chaos. We cannot go on with another 4 years of Liberal catch and release. We need a change to bring safety back to our streets. That's why I am announcing today that a future Conservative government will bring that change. Not only will we repeal Liberal catch and release laws, we will carry out the biggest crackdown on crime in Canadian history. And we will do it by passing the 3 strikes you're out law. 3 strikes you're out means that anyone convicted of 3 serious offenses will be ineligible thereafter for bail, probation, parole, or house arrest. And they will serve a minimum of 10 years behind bars, a maximum of life imprisonment, and they will have to earn their release even still. We will designate such offenders as dangerous offenders, meaning they cannot be released until they have proven that they are no longer a danger to society. Under my watch, the only way for repeat offenders to obtain their freedom will be through spotless behavior and clean drug tests during a lengthy minimum prison sentence with earned release dependent on making real progress in improving their lives, such as learning a trade or upgrading their education. They will also have to take drug tests to prove that they are clean. On a besoin de nouveaux gouvernements conservateurs.
We need a new conservative government to change things now and put an end to the wave of crime unleashed by the Liberals. We need a new government that will put Canada first for a change. That's why I am announcing today that a new Conservative government will not simply repeal Liberal laws, but will also bring in a big crackdown on crime in Canada. And we will do that by enacting the 3 strikes you're out law. This will mean that anyone convicted of 3 serious offenses will not have access to parole, bail, house arrest, or probation. And violent repeat offenders will remain in jail longer so that they are away from their victims and our streets are protected. It will guarantee that dangerous offenders who have committed 3 serious crimes will be forced to serve at least 10 years in jail and possibly a life sentence. It will also designate as dangerous offenders these individuals, which means that they cannot be released before they can prove that they are no longer a risk to the public. Under my government, the only way that repeated offenders will be able to be released will be to show that they have had spotless behavior and have a clean drug test during a long period. Their release will depend on exceptional behavior and efforts to truly improve themselves with training or by pursuing studies.
Catch and release Liberal policies have destroyed our once safe towns and cities. Electing them to a 4th term in power will only make the violence worse. Only Conservatives will bring change and take violent repeat offenders off our streets so that our people can once again be safe. We know that a 4th Liberal term under Mark Carney will be no different than the previous 3 under Trudeau. We know that he has the same Liberal ministers, Liberal MPs, Liberal strategists, and Liberal promises that got us into this mess, and he will not get us out. For example, the Liberal Justice Minister, who brought in many of these policies, David Lametti, immediately became Mark Carney's top advisor. And his handpicked candidate in Victoria, Mr. Carney's handpicked candidate in Victoria, wants to defund and disarm the police. Think about that for a second. Defund and disarm the police. Who's going to protect us? These are the radical Liberal agendas that are getting worse, not better, under Mr. Carney. Only a new Conservative government will give repeat violent criminals jail, not bail, and keep the worst offenders off our streets behind bars. Only a new Conservative government will stop the crime for a change. In addition to 3 strikes and you're out, we will bring life sentences for human traffickers, for gun smugglers, and for mass fentanyl producers. We will bring in tougher sentences for domestic abusers. And we will shut down the drug dens, defund the opioids, lock up the major traffickers of those opioids, and provide 50,000 treatment spaces to save the lives of loved ones who have become addicted. And only a new Conservative government will put Canada first for a change. The people who work hard, pay their taxes, and play by the rules. We'll cut income taxes by 15% for the average worker and senior so that hard work pays off. We'll take the sales tax off new homes and incentivize municipalities to speed up permits, free up land, and allow more home building so people can actually afford a place to live after the decade of Liberal housing crises. We'll take capital gains tax off anyone who reinvests their proceeds here in Canada to build our economy. We'll repeal the Liberal no new development laws to unleash the strength of our economy and stand up to the Americans from a position of might. Unlocking our resources and getting them to the world will allow us to go around the Americans and bring home powerful paychecks, including for the tradespeople, of whom we are going to train 350,000 more. The choice in the election is after a lost Liberal decade of rising costs and crime and a falling economy under America's thumb. Can we afford a fourth Liberal term? Or is it time for a change with a new Conservative government that will axe taxes, build homes, lock up criminals, unleash our resources, and stand strong against the Americans under our proud flag? The choice in this
election is whether, after the lost Liberal decade, we should give them a fourth term of office with rising costs and crime, an economy that's falling and has become dependent on the United States, or do we need real change with a new Conservative government that will cut taxes, build housing, stop criminals, and unleash our natural resources to stand up to the United States from a position of strength.
In a country where hard work gets you a great life, in a beautiful house, on a safe street, under a proud flag. And just before I wrap up, let me just say it is Vimy Day. Let's give thanks, regardless of our political affiliation. Let's give thanks to the 3,598 courageous soldiers who triumphed at Vimy all those years ago. We can only imagine the harsh conditions and the terror that they experienced to bring about that great moment of Canadian pride. Let us continue to build a country that is worthy of their sacrifice. Thank you very much. Merci beaucoup. Canada first for a change.
Thank you, everyone. We will now take questions from the floor. Please say your name and outlet.
Thank you.
Elaine Delamatia, Sioux Star. At last night's rally, you only mentioned steel in passing. This is a steel town. Tariffs are a serious issue for both the workers, the steel workers, and the community overall. We're also a border town. We've had traditionally great relationships with our American neighbors. What is your plan to deal with the tariffs and help the steel industry prosper in Canada and return good relationships with our American neighbors? And if you could answer in English and French for my French colleagues, I'd appreciate it. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you very much. A very important question. I did mention steel yesterday in my remarks, and obviously the steel industry is under attack. This is an area where Mr. Trump and Mr. Carney agree. They both want to tax Canadian steel. Trump with tariffs, Carney with carbon taxes. Mr. Carney has said he wants, he's admitted that he wants an expanded industrial carbon tax, and when asked who would pay it, he specifically said the steel industry would pay it. If the Liberal carbon tax is allowed to stay in place and quadruple in size over the next 4 years, as the law has set out, there will be no steel industry left in Canada. Obviously Algoma, but there's also Dofasco, Stelco, Evraz, Gardeau, and many others that will shut down and go south, where there is no carbon tax and where they would be free from American tariffs. So our plan to start with is to axe the entire carbon tax, including the industrial tax that Mr. Carney says he wants to keep in place. We will also put in place counter tariffs on the Americans to dissuade and deter their protectionism against our steel products. We will cut taxes on investment, allowing Canadians to pay zero capital gains tax when they reinvest in Canada. This will unlock a boom. It will be like jet fuel for the Canadian economy. And industries that are investment intensive like steel will be among the greatest beneficiaries. We're going to bring home, oh, by the way, we're also the only party that supports building pipelines. We are going to repeal the No New Pipelines Liberal Law C-69 and build Canadian pipelines with Canadian steel to get Canadian energy to Canadian markets. We will build LNG plants that also require massive amounts of steel, and we will make that domestic Canadian steel. That's how we're going to protect the jobs of the great steel workers of the Sioux, of Hamilton, of Regina, and right across this country. Our people are made of steel, and our economy will be as well. Let's put Canada first for a change. Thank you.
En français.
Merci beaucoup. Tout d'abord,
Thank you.
comme j'ai dit hier,
As I said yesterday, I am a big supporter of the steel industry.
L'une des choses sur laquelle Mr.
One
Carney
of
et
the
Mr. Trump
things
sont
that
d'accord,
Mr.
c'est
Carney
les
and
deux
Mr. Trump
veulent
agree on
mettre des
is that
taxes sur
both
l'acier
want to
canadien.
tax
Mr. Trump
Canadian
avec des
steel.
tarifs,
Mr.
Carney
Trump
avec
with
des
tariffs
taxes
and
carbone.
Mr. Carney with a carbon tax.
Moi, je veux ni l'un ni l'autre. Je
I
vais
don't want
éliminer la
either.
taxe carbone
I will
industrielle,
eliminate the industrial
libérale.
carbon tax
Je
brought in
vais
by the Liberals.
enlever la taxe sur
I
les gains
will
en capital
remove
pour ceux
the
et
capital
celles qui
gains tax for
réinvestissent
people
leurs
who
gains ici au
reinvest
Canada.
their gains here
Ça va
in
causer
Canada.
un boom
That
dans
will create a
l'investissement
real
ici
boom
au
in
Canada.
investment right here in
On
Canada.
va aussi approuver
We will
des
also
pipelines, des usines
approve
de
the
gaz
construction
naturel
of natural
en
gas
abrogeant la loi
plants and
libérale
pipelines
C-69
by
pour
repealing
permettre
Bill C-69
davantage de
to allow
production de
greater
ces
production
industries utilisant
within those
l'acier
industries that
canadien.
use Canadian
Et
steel.
finalement,
And finally,
riposter contre les
we
tarifs
will retaliate
américains
against U.S.
pour,
tariffs
nous assurer qu'ils sont dissuadés de continuer
by
avec une guerre
dissuading
tarifaire.
and deterring the
C'est comme ça
U.S.
qu'on
from
va protéger
continuing
notre
its
propre
actions.
industrie après
That's how we can
les
encourage our
décennies
own
perdues des
industry after the
libéraux. On
lost
peut
Liberal
pas payer
decade.
le prix d'un
We
quatrième
cannot
mandat.
afford a
Il nous
fourth
faut un
term for the
nouveau
Liberals.
gouvernement
We need
avec
a
un
new
vrai changement
government
qui
for
va
real
couper les
change,
taxes et ramener
a
la
government that will
production
cut
ici,
taxes and bring
chez
back
nous.
production to
Merci
Canada.
beaucoup.
Thank you.
Next question.
Greg McGrath, Gaudy, Sioux today.
Yes, sir.
Opioid crisis obviously is a problem across the country, but I know here in Sault Ste. Marie, last year there were at least 2 quarters where Sault Ste. Marie led Ontario in the death rate for opioid overdoses. I'm just wondering, since your party mentioned it's going to help 50,000 people recover, how is that going to roll out, particularly in smaller or more remote communities like Sault Ste. Marie? Are you going to support people to recover inside of their communities? What kind of supports are you going to bring to these communities?
Yes, very good question. As you correctly pointed out, our platform is to fund 50,000 treatment spaces over the next 4 years. We've lost 50,000 people to overdoses. So in honor of those we've lost, we want to treat the same number of people. We are going to fund treatment facilities with a proven track record of getting people off drugs. And we're going to use a new pay-for-performance model. So instead of just having organizations fill out application forms, get grants, and then file the paperwork to tell us what they did later on, what we will do is pay organizations that successfully get addicts drug-free through verified drug testing and confirmation after the fact. We'll pay a higher fee to organizations that help tougher cases, and obviously a more modest fee for addictions treatment that is less severe, for a less severe case. So think about organizations like the Oak Center in Winnipeg, Harvest House in Ottawa and in Moncton, or countless others like them. What they do is they take people off the streets, they give them treatment, they give them detox, counseling, group therapy, physical exercise, sweat lodges for First Nations, job placement, housing transition, and they get them back on their feet. Organizations that have a proven track record of doing that are going to get funded from my program, and so that they can expand. Those that are starting from scratch, but that have the drug-free doctrine, they will get some seed funding to get up and off the ground so that they can start operating. But their go-forward funding will be based on how long they keep prior addicts off drugs. We have to start paying for results, not for buzzwords on application forms, not for who has the best lobbyist or consultant that knows how to work the bureaucracy to get a grant. We want proven results that we will pay for. And by the way, speaking of paying for it, we're not going to just add more expense to the government. I'm going to pay for it by cutting off the taxpayer-funded unsafe supply of opioids, by suing the drug companies that caused this crisis in the first place, and by getting rid of back office bureaucracy. We want frontline, community-based, bottom-up organizations that get people off drugs. After the lost Liberal decade of rising overdoses and crime and costs, we can't afford a fourth term. We need to stop the drugs for a change with a new Conservative government. Thank you.
En français.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much.
Comme vous avez dit, la crise
As you said, the opioid crisis is worse than ever. And I have announced that I will provide funding for treatment for 50,000 Canadians in recognition of the 50,000 Canadians who have lost their lives. We will fund organizations that achieve real results. For example, we will ask for how long they have been able to keep an addict drug-free, and we will pay a specific amount for every month that they keep an addict drug-free. We have to stop paying these organizations for filling out forms or having good lobbyists. We have to start to pay those organizations that actually secure results. And we will fund this by eliminating the Liberal program, which involves funding programs that provide opioids and drugs to Canadians. After the lost Liberal decade, where we lost 50,000 Canadians to overdoses, we simply cannot afford a fourth term. We need change with a new Conservative government that will stop drugs and crime, and that's what we'll do.
Thank you. Next question.
Craig Lord with the Canadian Press. I want to ask you about a global news report this morning detailing donations and support you've received from the overseas friends of the BJP, Narendra Modi's party in India. How comfortable are you receiving support from from friends of the BJP, given that members of that party are allegedly behind violence against Sikh separatists here in Canada?
Well, first of all, I received 37,000 separate donations that anybody can make online. We don't have the capacity to do CSIS background checks on every single person who makes those 37,000 donations. We condemn 100% any foreign interference in Canada, and anyone who collaborates with it should be jailed. But the real question you should be asking is, why haven't the Liberals got the foreign agent registry up and running? Because then we would know proactively who is working on behalf of a foreign government. And then parties could actually go through their lists of donations and find out if there is anybody who's been a bad actor. But they haven't set that up, even though it was passed into law by Parliament. The other question that you should be asking is, why is Mark Carney accepting campaign support from the Chinese Communist government? You know, here he is. He was just in China a few months ago, arranging a $250 million loan for his company, a company in which he still has millions of dollars of interest. And now we find that the government in Beijing is actively interfering to campaign on behalf of Mr. Carney. I note that the government in Beijing was attacking his leadership rival, Chrystia Freeland, during the leadership race. And now they're pushing out propaganda to support his campaign again. He is conflicted. He continues to have financial interests in foreign hostile regimes in the hundreds of millions of dollars while he is Prime Minister of Canada. That is the real foreign interference that we should be worried about, and it is the foreign interference that I will end. After the lost Liberal decade, they have turned this country into a playground for foreign interference. And I will not allow, and I will not allow that kind of thing to happen anymore. Thank you.
Thank you. We will now take a call-in question from the phone line, and this will be the final question.
Laurence Martin, Radio-Canada.
Radio-Canada.
Sorry, I'm listening to the question. Sorry, there's just a protester here. Go ahead.
Hello, Mr. Poilievre.
Sorry. Is there? We're listening. We're trying to listen for the next person who was up asking a question. I think it's. Nous avons besoin d'une question en français.
We need a question in French.
C'est ça?
Bonjour, Monsieur Poilievre. Pour
Hello, Mr.
votre
Poilievre.
loi sur les 3 coups que vous
With
présentez
respect
aujourd'hui,
to
êtes-vous
the
prêt à
law
évoquer
you're
la
promoting
disposition de
today,
dérogation?
will you use the notwithstanding clause? We know that what I am proposing today is not only constitutional, but it's necessary. Section 7 of the Charter of Rights and Freedoms guarantees protection of life and security of the person and freedom. And at this time, criminals who are automatically released threaten those rights. So in order to protect constitutionally protected rights, the rights of law-abiding citizens, we must put criminals in jail. So my proposal respects the Constitution, and this is necessary to protect the constitutionally protected rights of all Canadians. And right now, we're seeing a record number of people who are threatening this country by being released. So there's a big difference between me and the Liberals. The Liberals think that the Constitution should protect the right of criminals to threaten innocent Canadians. I believe the Constitution should protect the rights of innocent Canadians to live a peaceful life in their communities.
Thank you, everyone. That concludes today's press conference.
Excellent. Thank you very much.
Thanks,
everyone.
We've been watching live together as Conservative leader Pierre Poilievre was making an announcement and then taking some questions from reporters there in Sault Ste. Marie. And he started that press conference by speaking about bail reform, something that a lot of police forces right across this country have been calling for, as well as some of the premiers as well. And Pierre Poilievre says a Conservative government would introduce a 3 strikes you're out law and jail offenders for 10 years without parole, bail, house arrest after convicted of a 3rd serious crime. He then went on to get asked questions about the current U.S. trade war and what his response would be to it. And you did hear some heckling there in the background at one point as somebody started yelling. Pierre Poilievre mentioned that it was a protester who was yelling out there, but obviously things got back on track and the press conference completed. So those are just some of the things that stuck out to me as we've been watching live that press conference in Sault Ste. Marie. And Catherine Cullen is in Ottawa. She's been watching all of this as well. She's the host of The House on CBC Radio, and she's also the host of CBC's election podcast, House Party, with a new episode out just this morning as well. Catherine, before we get into all of that, I just want to kind of go back to the question and answer period there.
Yes.
A lot was covered. Certainly the trade war, something that a lot of people were expecting Pierre Poilievre to be asked about today, given the developments between the U.S. and China and the rest of the globe, frankly. But what jumped out to you from the question and answer period of that press conference?
Well, I will say, Chris, just to start, to my ears, and I am obviously not on the ground, I'm here in Ottawa, I can't be certain, that did sound like, to me, not a protester, but rather a journalist from another media outlet trying to shout questions to Mr. Poilievre. It is worth noting that the Conservative Party is handpicking the media outlets that are asking them questions. They're also not allowing follow-up questions. In the case of CBC, we have not had a question to the Conservative leader since the first week of this campaign. So just a bit of context there about what I believe took place, although as you say, Mr. Poilievre identified that person as a protester, and I'm not on the ground. I can't be certain of what was happening there. Let's talk a little bit, though, about some of what he had to say in the question and answer period, and then we can get on to the announcement itself. I think it is striking how quickly he is pivoting his answers to just really put a lot of pressure on Mark Carney. And I'll zero in on that question. I believe it was from the Canadian Press about a report from Global about donations that Mr. Poilievre received from friends of the BJP. Mr. Poilievre said, listen, I received 37,000 donations. We can't do a CSIS background check on all of them. He did not say that he had any intention to return the money if indeed it was problematic. So I thought that was striking. It's the kind of thing that a journalist might ask in a follow-up question if we were given opportunities. He also went very hard against Mark Carney, talking about campaign support from the Chinese Communist government. We should clarify what Mr. Poilievre seems to be referring to there is an announcement led by the Site Task Force. So this is a group of Canadian security agencies, civil servants, who are charged with monitoring the integrity of Canada's election in the context of this conversation that we've been having about the problems of foreign interference in the Canadian democratic process. They identified the other day that the biggest news account on WeChat, the Chinese app, was putting out content that they said both sort of was negative and positive about Mr. Carney. And it certainly has raised questions. It is evident that some of that content seemed to promote or attract more attention to the way in which he was engaging with the United States. But the suggestion from the folks with the Site Task Force is that there was also negative content in there. Mr. Carney was asked about it yesterday and had relatively little to say. He is also taken to suggesting that Mr. Carney is personally beholden to the Chinese government. He seems to be referring to a loan that Mr. Carney renegotiated when he was the head of Brookfield Asset Management for a building in China. I think it's important to note that that was not a personal loan to Mr. Carney, but rather that had to do with the company itself. Now, Mr. Poilievre has suggested that because Mr. Carney's personal investments, which are now in a blind trust, would still be with Brookfield, that he might still be beholden. But there's sort of several steps in the chain there, and often Mr. Poilievre sort of sums it up and doesn't allow for some of that nuance that people might want to reflect on.
Also curious, Catherine, what was your reaction to his answer to the question about the U.S. trade war? Because, again, he hit some of those major pieces that he's talked about before, how Carney, just like Donald Trump, is trying to tax, he obviously referring to the industrial price on carbon. Can you speak to us a little bit about that part of the press conference?
Two things to dig in on there. Again, I would note he spent more time criticizing Mark Carney than he did Donald Trump. This is, of course, an election campaign. Mr. Poilievre would like to win it. He is focused on his rival, but definitely his harshest words were for the Liberal leader. He talked about the industrial carbon tax as something that would hurt Canada. It is true the Conservatives had said that they would stop the federal backstop if they are elected. It is worth noting that Conservative governments, including in Alberta, have put such practices in place, and that it is something previously the Conservative Party has not taken issue with in previous elections. He also referred to his party as the only one that supports building pipelines. Mr. Carney has articulated the need for more resource projects. Now, Mr. Poilievre takes issue with that. He says the federal Liberal legislation around pipelines, C-69, will make it too hard to move forward with those projects. Things like the proposed emissions cap, that too will prevent these projects from being built. But it is not technically correct to say that the Conservatives are the only party that supports building pipelines. They have a different approach about how to go forward with it. And Mr. Carney is trying to put more of an emphasis on environmental concerns and greenhouse gas emissions. I should say the Conservatives have not said whether or not they would make any efforts to hit any kind of greenhouse gas emissions targets, although I interviewed Conservative House Leader Andrew Scheer on the House not too long ago, and he did say that would be in the party's platform, so we look forward to seeing that.
Okay, and we only have about a minute left here, but how about bail reform? Because that, of course, was what Pierre Poilievre went there to Sault Ste. Marie to talk about in this 3 strikes you're out rule. What stuck out to you from that part of his actual announcement?
We're going to try to be speedy here, Chris, because we don't have a lot of time. I think it's really significant that he's going back to a key core issue for him that predates a lot of the concern around Donald Trump. There's one number I'd like to zero in on. Obviously, very tough on crime. I have questions about who exactly would count as a dangerous offender, for instance. But he does keep referring to this number of 6,000 arrests for 40 people. That, and this is thanks to some journalism from our colleagues at the Toronto Star, it is worth noting that, in fact, there were not 6,000 arrests. He is referring to 6,385 negative police contacts with the Vancouver Police Department. The Vancouver Police Department has said those are not all arrests. In the video put out today, Mr. Poilievre suggests those are violent crimes. In fact, the numbers refer to repeat property offenders. That is things like mischief, theft, and vandalism. But still, this focus on crime is something a lot of Canadians are thinking about, and Mr. Poilievre returning to an issue that has been a strong one for him, certainly in the course of the last year, although obviously the political landscape has changed somewhat in recent days and months.
All right, a lot to unpack. Catherine Cullen joining us from Ottawa. She's the host of The House on CBC Radio. Thank you, Catherine. And you've been watching CBC News Network. Okay, and if you have questions about the election, Catherine covered a lot of ground there, of course, but if you have other questions, you can write those in to us, and she will be live on YouTube, TikTok, and CBC's website as well, and get those questions into her at ask@cbc.ca. And let's check one final look at the markets today. Actually, no, sorry. Here is Washington. This has obviously been a main focus of the day. Trump's reciprocal tariffs coming into effect right across the world. Of course, the harshest tariffs going into effect against China, those 104% tariffs kicking in. China now responding with 84% tariffs on U.S. goods. And we will continue to watch the U.S. Capitol through the day here on CBC News Network for more reaction. But for now, I'm Chris Glover. Thanks for watching CBC Morning Live. Have a great day.
CA.
Hello, everyone. I'm Natasha Fatah. Welcome inside the CBC Newsroom. And we are all over this wild Wednesday on the world markets as Donald Trump's trade war with dozens of U.S. trading partners ignites. Now, Trump's country-specific tariffs took effect overnight, including a whopping 104% duty on all Chinese exports into the United States. Well, China, they've clapped back, slapping an 84% tariff on U.S. goods. That's going to be effective tomorrow. And Canada is also responding with a 25% levy on U.S. auto imports. We're going to have extensive coverage of every angle in Trump's now global trade war, but we are going to begin with that market chaos. CBC's business host Scott Peterson is following all the developments for us and joins me now in studio. So here we go again, Scott.
Yeah.
We are here. We don't know what is going to come within the next minute, forget the next day. What are you seeing on the markets so far?
Yeah, we're seeing this is the largest protectionist levy that the U.S. administration, the U.S. economy has levied on the world in the last 100 years. They're the most protective ever. We're also seeing that big battle back from the Chinese economy. So now we're looking at the two largest economies in the world, the behemoths battling it out as the markets were predicting, and that's what we're seeing this morning. We're seeing the Dow Jones now is fluctuating between positive and negative, and as you mentioned, Natasha, depending on the minute information that it's able to gather from moment to moment. But the overall trend here is these markets are still very confused. I don't know if we've got a TSX look as well, but they're both sort of bouncing back. Early on, they had been severely negative, and if we take a look at European markets as well, they are still showing to the downside with London, Germany, France down anywhere between 2 and 3%. But a little bit bounce back here. But the headlines pretty much across the world are one of worry as far as what is the next move for this market battle here. And putting markets aside, there's another battle going on, and that's in the bond market. We don't talk about this very often, but the 30-year yield has now gone above 5%. And what that means is that it's becoming more difficult for America to borrow money for individual companies and industrial as well. And saying that that China could potentially be selling into this market, which means China owns a lot of U.S. debt, and that's a worry here too, Natasha. But lots for these markets to chew on. Certainly lots of confusion going forward, and we're seeing that with the positive, potentially a fifth day of negative markets, but there's a little bit of a rally the first few minutes in.
And there's also increasing pressure on the U.S. administration to sort of curtail what's going on, get these financial markets back on track. What are you seeing on that front?
Yeah, there's a pushback. Bill Ackman, for example, Jamie Dimon are just big Trump supporters in the past, and they're now asking what the markets are asking for, and that's clarity. Are these tariffs here to stay? We got Scott Bessent, the Treasury Secretary, saying that we are potentially negotiating with each individual company. You have Peter Navarro, the White House advisor, saying there is no negotiations. These tariffs stand. So we're seeing that within the White House itself. And just to reiterate, Natasha, these are markets. Yes, they're important. They're important. People's retirement, for example, 401ks. But what's really important here is these markets are signaling a recession. They're signaling a risk of unemployment and also of rising prices. We are seeing, yes, some green out there, but from moment to moment as well. The context here as well is this isn't a regular market crash or a market correction. This comes down to one place, that's the White House, and this comes down to one person, and that's the U.S. president. So lots of question marks about whether he could flip a switch and completely reverse things and see rally in these markets when we've seen a lot of red lately.
All right, Scott, thank you so much.
Thanks, Natasha.
And to that point, Donald Trump is insisting he has everything under control. But even before the markets opened today, some Wall Street billionaires publicly expressed fears that the president's sweeping tariffs could cause the U.S. economy to completely collapse. CBC's Katie Nicholson is joining us now from Washington. Katie, some well-known business leaders are speaking out. What are you hearing?
Yeah, so there was criticism again this morning from mega billionaire Bill Ackman. Again, this is someone who, as you said, is a Trump supporter. This is another lengthy post he put on X. We quoted from one a couple of days ago. This is a little bit of what he posted today. He said, our stock market is down, bond yields are up, and the dollar is declining. These are not the markers of successful policy. He goes on to say, if the president doesn't pause the effect of the tariff soon, many small businesses will go bankrupt. Medium-sized businesses will be next. Not the first time that he has called for some sort of a pause in these tariffs. And his is really not the only voice from Wall Street really resonating right now, raising concerns. Here's JP Morgan's CEO Jamie Dimon this morning on Fox being asked about the chances of a recession.
Until they make a deal with us, that's what it's going to be. I think they'll make a deal at some point. China will. They want to make a deal. They really do. They want to make a deal. They just don't know how to get it started because they're proud people.
We do. Okay, here is again JP Morgan CEO Jamie Dimon talking about the chances of recession. Oh, we don't have it. Okay, good enough. Well, President Trump, in addition to those comments about China, gave quite a defiant speech at a Republican dinner last night, really insisting again that the world has been ripping America off left and right, and insisting that his tariff plan will work. Of course, that those comments about China, baiting China again. China has consistently said that it was not going to back down, and this morning they announced an additional 84% tariff on American goods, and that is to counter that massive 104% tariff that the U.S. has slapped them with. So again, a big escalation there. Now, Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent, he responded to this 84% announcement from China on CNBC, essentially saying that it wasn't a good idea, and after that he even cautioned other nations around strengthening ties with China during a Q&A at the American Bankers Association. Here's just a little bit of how that went.
The biggest offender in the global trading system is China, and they're the only country who's escalated. And I can tell the rest of the world that I'm not sure whether it was the Prime Minister or the Economic Minister in Spain made some comments this morning, oh, well, maybe we should align ourselves more with China. That would be cutting your own throat.
So, to be clear, Spain's Prime Minister Pedro Sanchez, he is in China and Vietnam over the next few days to strengthen economic ties. So, a bit of a warning shot across the bow there from Scott Bessent.
CBC's Katie Nicholson in Washington. Thank you, Katie. And as we mentioned off the top, Canada is fighting back against Donald Trump's tariffs on the auto industry with its own 25% levy on fully assembled cars and trucks. The retaliatory measure took effect just after midnight, and CBC's Rafi Boudjikanian is following the details on that part of the story for us from Ottawa. So, Rafi, take us through again. What are these countermeasures?
Natasha, we're basically looking at eye for an eye. So the U.S. imposed 25% auto tariffs on cars being imported into the U.S. from Canada last week, and Canada is striking back with pretty much exactly the same, 25% on cars being imported into Canada that are not compliant with the U.S.-Canada-Mexico Free Trade Agreement, or CUSMA. There's a secondary component to this. Canada is also charging 25% on components of cars that are otherwise compliant with CUSMA, but if those components themselves are not made in Canada or Mexico, then they get hit with the 25% of that component's value. So that does seem a little complicated, and as this trade lawyer breaks down, there are people who are hired just to look into exactly how to go about implementing these kinds of measures.
The automotive industries have a lot of people working on this. They bring in external consultants that all they do is rules of origin with respect to automotive industry, and they're trying to work their way through these calculations to make sure that their goods continue to qualify now more important than ever because of these massive tariffs on both sides of the border.
There's one more measure that we don't quite have the details of yet. The Finance Department has said that the proceeds from these tariffs will go toward the auto industry here, toward the impacted workers themselves. We don't have the exact details of how that'll work yet.
Okay, let's turn our attention for a moment, Rafi, to the federal election campaign. We're halfway through at this point. Talk to us about the main party leaders and where they're going to be today.
Yeah, we just heard from Conservative leader Pierre Poilievre in the last hour. He held a news conference in Sault Ste. Marie. He talked about bail reform, the new law the Conservatives would bring into place, summarizing it as 3 strikes and you're out. In essence, anyone who commits 3 serious crimes in a row would get denied bail or the opportunity for parole or house arrest. Here's a little bit more of what Poilievre had to say about it.
Only a new Conservative government will give repeat violent criminals jail, not bail, and keep the worst offenders off our streets behind bars. Only a new Conservative government will stop the crime for a change. In addition to 3 strikes and you're out, we will bring life sentences for human traffickers, for gun smugglers, and for mass fentanyl producers. We will bring in tougher sentences for domestic abusers. And we will shut down the drug dens, defund the opioids, lock up the major traffickers of those opioids and provide 50,000 treatment spaces to save the lives of loved ones who become addicted.
The Sioux is a Liberal riding, but the Liberals only won by less than 1% of the vote in 2021. So obviously the Conservatives are hoping to make some gains there. As for Mark Carney, he will be in Calgary for an announcement later today. It's expected to be about energy. Carney also had a rally there last night. The party says they got some 2,000 people out. Not quite as big as the rally the Conservatives had in Edmonton earlier this week, though Alberta is a Conservative stronghold, so that's not much of a surprise. The Liberals are saying they hope to make gains in both Calgary and Edmonton. That's something we haven't seen since 2015 when Justin Trudeau came to power. The Bloc Québécois themselves will be in Montreal today, and Jagmeet Singh will be in Vancouver for an announcement today as well.
Okay, CBC's Rafi Boudjikanian in Ottawa. Thank you, Rafi.
You're welcome.
Let's stay on the federal election campaign trail with Stephanie Chouinard. She is an associate professor of political science at the Royal Military College. Stephanie, good to see you again.
Thanks for having me, Natasha.
So, Stephanie, we're halfway through the election campaign. We know where all the leaders are going to be today. I want to talk to you about messaging. What messages or messaging or messenger has been most effective so far at this midway point, and what's really resonating?
So far in this election, despite attempts by different opposition parties to get the message of the election away from the issue of Donald Trump and the issue of tariffs, it keeps coming back like a boomerang, right? We've had several days where this issue, for one reason or another, has dominated the news cycle, and obviously Canadian candidates don't have much control over what goes on in the United States. We're sort of dependent on what President Trump decides to do. But we've tried to stray away from that because we've seen that when the issue of the day is Trump and tariffs, it benefits Mark Carney. So the Conservatives have been talking about issue of cost of living, issues of being tougher on crime, tax havens, obviously, as at a form of very personal dig at Mark Carney's past, obviously. And we've seen that from the NDP and the Bloc Québécois as well, trying to change the channel, essentially, from this very, this ballot question that keeps coming back over and over again.
So the flip side of that is what messaging is not affecting voters, is not resonating with them? Who is not resonating with them?
I think it depends who you ask and which voter you're asking this question. We're seeing that the vast majority of Canadians are worried by tariffs, and rightfully so. Some Canadians have already been laid off. A lot of retirees are worried for the money that they had put away in the bank, obviously, in light of what's been going on in the markets. But that's not the only issue. And we're seeing, obviously, with these massive rallies that Pierre Poilievre has been holding, that there is a very motivated base in the Conservative Party that wants to hear about other things, that is hungry for change, and that wants to see other things than just the tariffs dominate this election cycle.
I'm so glad you mentioned the rallies, because that is where I want to go to next. Certainly, we've seen massive numbers come out, thousands and thousands of people coming out to Pierre Poilievre's events, the Conservative events. Stephen Harper was out earlier this week. And so clearly something is resonating. But we've seen some analysis, including on CBC.ca by one of our senior writers, that those numbers don't necessarily translate, the numbers that come out to the rallies, into votes. What's your sense of that?
I think it's a great question, and that question will be resolved obviously on the night of April 28th, because we're not used to seeing such a motivated base in Canada. Canadians, generally speaking, as voters, are not historically very partisan. So big rallies is not something that we're used to seeing, but we're seeing something different right now with the conservative base that is very solid. And we're seeing that, you know, the Mark Carney wave that the Liberals have been benefiting from has not been because the Conservative vote has crumbled. It's been to the detriment of the NDP and the Bloc Québécois mostly. So this Conservative base is very hungry for change. The flip side of that, however, is that it's also concentrated in different pockets, such as obviously Edmonton and Alberta and Saskatchewan writ large. And this is what we're seeing in the polls. And with the electoral system that we have, the first past the post system, having these massive numbers in concentrated areas will not win you an election. And this is what I think the Conservative Party is contending with right now, with their numbers really not being quite as good in Eastern Canada and particularly in Ontario, where the Liberals are dominating in the polls right now.
Let's stick with the polling for a second, Stephanie, because the polling, we know from time to time, they're quite good, but they don't always have their finger on the pulse. And it also depends on who you're polling. And sometimes they just flat out get it wrong. I mean, I guess the most famous example would be in 2016, President Donald Trump winning his first term against Hillary Clinton. Most pollsters did not see that happening, but we've had municipal experiences here in Toronto with Rob Ford winning the election. Brexit, the pollsters didn't think that the UK was going to vote the way that it did. Is there a possibility, in your sense, that there is some sort of ground movement happening, especially when we see those huge numbers, those huge rallies, that the pollsters and the pundits are not picking up on?
I think what it comes down to on Election Day is who actually shows up to vote, right? When you have pollsters calling people on the phone or getting information in whatever ways they are, you know, people may have a tendency, they might be swinging one way or another, but are they actually going to show up and vote on Election Day? That is the most important part. And on that front, the Conservatives always have a little bit of headway because their base is more motivated and usually tends to show up to vote in bigger numbers, in bigger proportions than other political parties. What might be different this year, though, is that Canadians are really concerned with tariffs, and that has been top of mind for voters writ large. And so I'm hoping, in a sense, as a political scientist, we always want to see bigger turnout on Election Day. I'm hoping that this means we'll have a greater participation on Election Day than what we've seen in recent elections, where we've seen quite a slump, in fact, since 2015, where we had sort of a high watermark in the past 25 years for electoral participation. So hopefully Canadians are motivated to go out and vote this year.
Absolutely. And it's such a demonstration not only of motivation, but also faith in the system, that the system does work, our institutions do work. Very quickly, sorry, we've run out of time, Stephanie, but I do want to ask you one final question about Mark Carney. Halfway through, he's inexperienced as a politician, but despite that inexperience, it seems like he's doing quite well. The numbers do seem to be favoring him at this point. What does he need to do for the remainder of the campaign to not blow it?
He needs to become a better campaigner. He's been really good on days when he was prime minister, on days when he needed to deal with tariffs. He was very much on message. But as a campaigner, he's done quite a lot of gaffes. He's not been very quick on his feet to answer difficult questions, like we saw yesterday on the question of tax havens. So he really needs to tighten up those kinds of messages as a Liberal campaigner.
Stephanie, always good to speak to you. Thanks so much for your time today.
My pleasure. Thank you.
And a reminder, folks, that CBC News Network is now free to watch for the remainder of the federal election campaign. In fact, we're going to stay free until May the 5th. So you can watch Canada's #1 news network through your cable provider, or you can go online for CBC News Gem, CBCNews.ca, or just get the CBC News app. We'll be back in just a moment. China has retaliated against U.S. President Donald Trump's new tariff escalation. The president slapped a 104% tariff on Chinese imports at midnight Eastern. So in response, Beijing will raise the tariff on American imports from 34% to 84% beginning tomorrow. The moves triggered a massive sell-off in the Asian stock markets, and investors are bracing for a slowdown in global trade. Journalist Laura Westbrook is in Hong Kong with more.
Well, China is not backing down and is in fact doubling down. In a statement, the finance ministry said the U.S. practices of escalating tariffs on China is a mistake on top of a mistake, which seriously infringes on China's legitimate rights and interests. Analysts say this is China sending a clear signal that the government will keep its stance on trade policies. China also added 6 more U.S. businesses to its unreliable entity list, effectively blacklisting them, and placed export controls on 12 American companies. Analysts argue that the comprehensive scope of China's retaliatory actions, spanning tariffs, export controls, and materials, is a deliberate strategy aimed at protecting its domestic economy and national security. But the tariffs come at a tough time for China's economy. Exports have been a rare bright spot and a key driver of growth to support its slowing economy, an economy that's dealing with high youth unemployment and a protracted property crisis, and that is hurting demand. Now, China is trying to boost domestic demand, but that won't happen overnight. And in the meantime, businesses are worried about the impact of these tariffs. One Hong Kong exporter, with the US being one of his main markets, told me that his margins are already thin. So he expects the cost to be passed to the US importer and then the American consumer. And that will mean less demand for his products. Laura Westbrook for CBC News, Hong Kong.
Let's turn to Europe now, where markets have also been reeling from the uncertainty of Donald Trump's tariffs. And just a short time ago, leaders there voted to approve their first set of countermeasures. Willem Marx is on the story for us, and he joins us from London. So, Willem, what are the details?
So, Natasha, this was a qualified majority of the European Union's 27 member states voting through proposals today that were first put forward by the European Commission, that's the executive branch of the EU, back on Monday. This was not in response to the 20% flat tariff on all European goods that's been implemented as of today. This was in response to last month's 25% tariffs leveled against steel, aluminum, and cars. In a statement after the vote, the European Commission called the US tariffs unjustified and damaging, said they would cause, quote, economic harm to both sides as well as the global economy. We don't yet know for certain what those tariffs will target and when. We'll get those details in the next few days, but it's likely to include US motorcycles, poultry, certain types of fruit, timber. That will be coming out in the next few days, and they'll be implemented starting next Tuesday, again in May, and then finally rolled out in their totality come December.
Willem, obviously a serious move in the face of heavy and sweeping tariffs coming from the U.S. president, but the European Commission is still leaving itself some flexibility in terms of its next moves.
Yeah, you see that in the language issued as part of their statement just in the last hour or so. They said, the European Commission, the EU has stated its, quote, clear preference to engage in negotiations with the Trump administration to find what they call a balanced and mutually beneficial trading agreement. They also said, and this is pretty significant and quite different to what China's been using in terms of its language, these countermeasures, as they call them, can be suspended at any time, but only once the US has agreed to what they term a fair and balanced negotiated outcome, Natasha.
Journalist Willem Marx in London, thank you. Let's turn our focus now to the Middle East and a big story we're following out of Gaza. Medics in Gaza City say an Israeli airstrike has killed at least 23 people. The strike decimated a 4-story building in a residential block. Crews could be seen removing a number of bodies from the scene, but amid this carnage, there are signs of hope. A desperate effort is underway to free people who are still alive in between those slabs of concrete. The Gaza Health Ministry says more than half the victims are women and children. The Israeli military says it struck a senior Hamas militant, accusing him of planning attacks from the area. In the Dominican Republic, officials say the number of dead following a roof collapse at a nightclub has now risen to 113, and more than 250 others were injured in the incident in the capital, Santo Domingo, yesterday. Rescue teams from Puerto Rico and Israel are helping with the ongoing search for survivors. Families are gathering around the scene, waiting for news about their loved ones. Those killed include a doctor, retired police officers, and a former Major League Baseball player. One of them is Octavio Dotel, a pitcher who played for the Blue Jays for a brief period in 2011. An investigation into the cause of the collapse is now underway. You're watching CBC News Network. Canada's chief electoral officer is warning Canadians not to rely on their social media for information about the selection. The rise of artificial intelligence and the blackouts of news on sites like Facebook and Instagram are increasing the risk of misinformation online. Farah Nasser joins me in studio now. She's looking into this story. So Farah, you've just finished a piece on information manipulation. Especially in light of the federal election campaign we find ourselves in the midst of, it's so important. What did you find? And what did you find surprising?
You know what was surprising, Natasha, is how easy and how inexpensive it is to mount a manipulation campaign online in the age of AI, right? And this is the first election, when you think about it, where AI has really been at our fingertips. Like ChatGPT was just a few years ago when that all started, right? So we haven't had an election quite like this one. And then, as you mentioned, there's the media blackout. A lot of the public isn't aware that you cannot get news on Facebook and on Instagram. It's blocked out by Meta. So it leaves this vacuum, right? It leaves this black hole of information that ends up being misinformation. And that was really surprising to me.
And that can be filled in by anybody who wants to put up a post.
Totally.
So give us some examples of the kind of stuff you found.
Okay, so the one thing that I looked at and I was really interested in was Facebook, because 4 to 5 Canadians are on Facebook. It's the #1 social media site used by Canadians. So we went to the Media Ecosystem Observatory in Montreal at a McGill University. It's a joint venture between U of T, University of Toronto, and McGill. And the director showed me that, you know, those Facebook groups that you probably they're probably dormant, right? The ones, maybe it's a neighborhood Facebook group or whatever.
Right.
You can actually buy those Facebook groups. Right? Yeah, you can buy them, you can rename them and turn them into basically a propaganda machine. He explains it a bit better. Take a listen to this.
So this is a great example of a candidate group that we would be looking at and sort of saying, hey, this is a little bit suspicious. So Trump only recently started talking about 51st state. Hey, this group has 18,000 members. Okay, that's a little bit strange. Why is that mobilized so quickly? We don't know. So we go and look at the group, and we can see, for example, the history of the group. So we can see the name changes. So actually, this is a group that used to be a buy and sell group, and then somebody gets this group and changes it and adapts it, and now, okay, June 2024, Canadians Against Pride Month, Canadians for Donald Trump. This has been repurposed to now make it seem like 18,000 Canadians support this idea.
That is really shocking. Honestly, I did not know that was possible. So how much does something like that cost?
That's the thing. It's so inexpensive. So to get one of these groups is like a couple $100. We found a group that was it was 100,000 users and it was about $600. So there's sites where you can actually buy this stuff and then name it whatever you want. And some of the people who are in it have no idea they're in these groups. So I advise our viewers and you, Natasha, to check your dormant Facebook groups to see, you know, if any of these have been manipulated and are trying to manipulate you.
So here's a question we always come under, right? A site like Facebook is a private company, but it's really in many ways our public space. It's our public forum where we're sharing publicly a lot of personal information and misinformation. Right. So who's being held to account for all this?
Okay, so that's the issue here, right? The short answer of this is in Canada, no one. Yeah. Elections Canada reached out to social media sites like X and TikTok and said, look, can you help us make sure that our elections are secure? But that's what it was, a reach out and a call for help, essentially. Yeah. But it doesn't specifically have teeth. So essentially what's happening right now, Natasha, is all of these platforms are self-regulating.
Wow, okay, something to definitely look out for. Farah Nasser, thanks so much for this report.
Thanks for having me.
And you can watch Farah's full story tonight on The National. The show airs at 9 p.m. Eastern right here on CBC News Network, 10 p.m. local on CBC TV. That's 10:30 in Newfoundland. And you can also catch it wherever you stream CBC News. We'll be back in just a moment. China has responded to U.S. President Donald Trump's new tariff escalation. The U.S. placed 104% tariffs on Chinese imports at midnight Eastern. Beijing now says it's going to raise its own levy on American imports from 34% to 84% beginning tomorrow. Now, the moves have triggered a massive sell-off in the Asian stock markets as investors brace for a slowdown in global trade. And the North American markets are struggling to recover as the trade war escalates. For more on that, we're joined once again by Ernie Tedeschi. He served as the chief economist on the White House Council of Economic Advisors under U.S. President Joe Biden, and he's currently the director of economics at the Budget Lab at Yale University. Professor Tedeschi, Mr. Tedeschi, good to have you back on the show.
Thanks for having me.
Can we please start with these reciprocal tariffs? Because it's getting crazy out here. Like 104% from the U.S. China's like, oh yeah, 84% on you, my friend. I mean, they're eye-watering, they're eye-popping. I could use some profane words, but I won't. But what's the reality here? Like, is this tit-for-tat rising of numbers just going to continue?
It seems that way. So, the administration doesn't seem to accept the legitimacy of retaliation, right? They think that the April 2nd announcement last week evens the playing field and makes things fair. So, so any retaliation against that, they see as unfair. And so they're going to counter retaliate. And that's just the recipe. That's just a recipe for a spiral out of control from here. To put things in perspective, 48 hours ago, I would have told you that the cost of the tariffs to date in the United States would have been on average $3,800 per household. Now, with the additional 50% tariffs that we've put on China and the retaliation from China, it's risen an additional $800 per household, to $4,600 per household just in the last 48 hours.
That, I forgive the words, that's crazy. That is a lot for the average family to have to deal with, especially when both the United States and Canada are dealing with the cost of living crisis. Everyone here is quite concerned about the possibility of a recession. And here we are really playing this sort of crazy game with global economics. Okay, let me get back on track. So China is not backing down. They've described the United States as a bully. And for us Canadians, because we live in the shadow of the U.S. economy, it's such a behemoth, we know what a global impact it can have. But Beijing is more of a distant market for us. For ordinary Canadians, just put this into perspective, how powerful is the Chinese economy globally?
It is one of the largest and richest economies in the world right now. It is obviously central to the global trading system. It is not as central to the global financial system as the United States is. But look, when the two largest economies in the world are throwing down the gauntlet with one another and not backing down, as the United States and China are now, it does not bode well for the world economy and particularly for Canada, which is caught in the crosshairs. Our modeling has found consistently that as bad as this trade war is for the United States and Canada, for the United States and China, Canada gets the worst of it. The impact to Canada's GDP is more than twice as much as the impact to American GDP. So it's Canadians that end up losing the most from all of this.
Can you explain that to me a bit more? Why would Canada be hurt so much more than the U.S.?
Sure. It's a combination of because how closely tied Canada's economy is, how symbiotic Canada's economy is with the U.S., and of course it has some relationship with China as well. And let's remember too that Canada has retaliated against the U.S. already, understandably so, against the U.S. tariffs. Retaliation makes economic matters worse, both for the United States and Canada in this case. So it's understandable why countries retaliate. Countries always retaliate in trade wars, but it does make matters worse for everyone involved when that happens.
For ordinary Canadians who are quite concerned We've been told by our federal leaders who are all running in this federal election that tough days are ahead. It's going to be rough before it gets better. Based on your expertise, what do you think? I mean, you've given us a sense of what could happen. I mean, how much worse is it going to get? What should we be doing?
It is a great question. I mean, so in terms of what you should be doing, don't panic is what I tell people, first of all. I think that the situation is a little bit different for Canadians, because they didn't initiate this trade war. But to the extent that Canadians are worried about the price of, American goods that they've put retaliatory tariffs on, I would point out that if you're, worried about the price of things like durable goods that are American, usually retailers wait. They usually work through pre-tariff inventory first before they get to the tariff inventory. So usually consumers have a little bit of time, like a month or two, before you see consumer prices rise for durable goods. Things like, household appliances, cars, that sort of thing. In terms of where things go from here, I mean, your guess is as good as mine. I don't see China and the U.S. backing down. It is very clear that more is to come from on the White House side. I am frankly surprised that the market turmoil that we've seen so far hasn't moved the White House position more, hasn't softened the White House position more.
Before I let you go, Mr. Tedeschi, let me just ask you about something that was being reported in The Guardian today, which is that we are globally seeing a sell-off of U.S. government bonds, which are traditionally seen as very safe investments. So is it a matter of this is a demonstration of lack of confidence in the United States right now, or is this an act of retaliation?
So let me start by saying that, strictly speaking, the modeling that we've done suggests that these tariffs are bad for the United States, but not strictly recessionary, right? They shave a point off of U.S. economic growth. But if you thought that we were growing 2%, that leaves you with 1% growth, which is, not great, but not negative. You still have 1% growth. The developments with the bond market over the last 24 hours are the most concerning thing that I've seen so far. In this trade war, the most concerning data points, because like you said, U.S. Treasury bonds are supposed to be the world's safe, liquid sovereign asset. They're supposed to be a flight to quality and safety when market turmoil like this happens. That's not happening right now. It shows a lack of confidence in American securities and in the American economy. I think it's way too early to say whether this is a permanent thing, but it does suggest at least that at this crucial moment in world financial markets, U.S. Treasuries are not serving their normal purpose.
Ernie Tedeschi, good to have you back on the show. Thank you so much for your time.
Appreciate it. Thanks for having me.
Our pleasure. here's a live look at the Windsor-Detroit border this hour. Now, as we've been reporting, a growing number of Canadians are rethinking or have outright canceled their trips south. They're doing so because U.S. President Donald Trump's trade war is wreaking havoc on this country and because of his repeated threats about making Canada the 51st state. Many Canadians are now prioritizing domestic vacations, but Americans don't seem to be limiting their travel north, and that's according to new data from Canadian border officials. Marianne Demain is following the story for us, and she joins me now in studio. So, Marianne, this is information coming from American tourists. They're still interested in traveling here, but some are worried about how warm of a welcome they're going to receive. I mean, we're nice people.
We are nice people, but now apparently some American tourists are wondering, will it be a warm welcome or cold shoulder if they come here for their destinations? Because we are an enticing destination right now, especially for American tourists because of the weaker Canadian dollar. But as you mentioned, Natasha, the numbers from the border officials show that Americans are still coming here. In fact, according to the Tourism Industry Association of Ontario, tourists visiting Ontario just last year contributed about $30 billion in revenue, and 20% of that total is from American tourists. So the association wants to keep that momentum going, urging the provincial government to invest more in marketing to attract more American tourists. But with that comes the push to make sure they feel welcome once they're here spending their American dollars. Here's more from the association.
We have seen a slight dip in how they feel about how welcoming they're going to be, how welcomed they're going to be when they come to Ontario. So normally we have very high favorability ratings there, but it's dropped about 15%. So that tells us that they are very well aware of the situation that's happening in terms of our cross-border challenges. And so, you know, it's a challenge, but it's also an opportunity. It's an opportunity for us to show how welcoming we are, speak to Americans, and overcome their concerns and to continue to welcome them.
And while many Americans continue to make plans, booking hotels and other spots across the country for their vacations, many Canadians, meanwhile, are canceling their American vacations. We talked a lot about this yesterday, Natasha, the fact that fewer Canadians are traveling to the United States in the form of road trips or even in flights. Numbers from Statistics Canada finding that 13.1%, that's the drop when it comes to Canadian return flights from the United States between February of last year and February of this year. Canadians choosing the staycation within Canada instead.
Well, there's lots to see here. Thanks so much, Marianne.
You're welcome.
Canadian companies are getting caught in the crosshairs of Donald Trump's global tariff war. But for some, it's actually the counter tariffs that are proving to be the most devastating for their operations. CBC's Jennifer Lagrassa has more on a story from Windsor, Ontario.
While it's business as usual on the floor of Dainty Foods' Windsor facility, for company executives, the last few months have been anything but, thanks to tariffs.
A lot of impact, a lot of stress, high cortisol, a little bit of weight gain, a lot of lack of sleep. So
the ongoing trade war hasn't been easy to navigate. At the Windsor facility, Canada's only rice mill, their rice is processed, sometimes cooked, and packaged. The company imports a majority of its rice from the United States, which means that since early March, it's been paying a 25% counter tariff. To avoid the tariff, the company is filing for an exemption. If they don't get one,
we'll have to look at restructuring some of our lines of business, as well as our entire supply chain.
Dainty's been in growth mode, but now some future investments have been put on pause, including a $40 million facility they're expected to open in the United States. In an email, a Finance Canada official didn't say how long the exemption process could take, nor did it say how many businesses have filed to receive one. Liberal incumbent for Windsor-Tecumseh Lakeshore says the government wants businesses to reach out.
Absolutely, we are having those conversations with companies like Dainty Foods and other companies to make sure we protect them as much as possible, but also delivering a hard and fast counterpunch to the Americans.
Finance Canada says there are also supports businesses can apply for, like the Duties Relief Program and the Duty Drawback Program. Now, as for Dainty, understanding that this all might take some time to resolve, they say they're going to avoid layoffs and increased prices as best they can. Jennifer Lagrassa, CBC News, Windsor.
It's time now for a look at the weather conditions with Chris Murphy over at the Weather Network.
While spring continues to spring into action across portions of the prairies, it has been sputtering across central and eastern Canada. The recent snowstorm in Nova Scotia, and of course you felt that in Ontario as well. There's the cool air in place, so the milder air is BC, particularly Alberta, Saskatchewan, and that lasts through Friday. And note the warm air sliding into Manitoba. Meanwhile, still on the cool side across the Great Lakes and eastwards towards the Atlantic. Now, over into early next week, there'll be a brief cool down in the prairies and a brief warm up into southern Ontario and Quebec before things sort of return back to the status quo. Just to show you, Calgary, very mild air for Thursday, Friday, could see some wet snow on Saturday, and then you back up into double digits by next week. So you've got a brief cool down, whereas in Toronto, you are below seasonal values with a brief warm up Sunday through to about Monday, then you're back to cool air. And St. John's, well, enjoy the sunshine for Thursday, Friday, Saturday, because the clouds, the showers, and the flurries return for next week.
Once again, our top story, global stock markets react as Donald Trump's latest tariffs take effect and China hits back with steep measures of its own. Meanwhile, Canada is also retaliating against the United States with another tariff on some auto imports. Details coming up. Hello, everyone. I'm Natasha Fatha. Welcome inside the CBC Newsroom. We are now into a fifth volatile day on the global financial markets amid Donald Trump's escalating trade war. Trump's retaliatory tariffs kicked in after midnight Eastern for imports from around the world, including that whopping 104% duty on anything coming in from China. Beijing quickly retaliated, hiking tariffs on U.S. goods to 84%. That's going to go into effect tomorrow. And here in Canada, the dollar-for-dollar levy on certain U.S. vehicle imports is now in effect. And the European Union, well, it has just approved its first retaliatory tariffs. We have details on all of this for you. But let's begin with those very twitchy markets. CBC's business host, Scott Peterson, is here once again talking about all of this. What should we be watching for in the markets today, Scott?
Well, they are trying to claw themselves back. We saw the last time I was out here that they were a little bit in the positive territory, but there's a couple of things these markets are looking at. One is a $10 trillion global wipeout of stocks, enough to start buying again. Also, we're looking at short sellers. These are people that pre-guess the market and sell stock, hoping the market goes down. They've made about $159 billion in the last 6 days, which asks the question, if anybody has insider information as far as the whereabouts about what the White House might do from any given moment to moment, they stand to make a lot of money. Also, we're looking at recent comments just from U.S. President Donald Trump commenting directly on this market, saying, be cool, now is the time to buy. So let's take a look at North American markets, how they are reacting. Like I said, we did see some green out there last time I was out. We saw some positive market activity that now seems to be taken off the board again. We're also looking at European markets that had closed up off their lows, but still substantially down throughout the day. And we're also looking at the price of oil. Not great for the oil sands with the price of oil at these levels at about $57 and change. So we're watching that on the prospect of less economic activity means there's less demand for oil, and so hence we're seeing that down as well. And another footnote here, maybe a lot of people don't talk about, bond yields. 30-year bond yields for the U.S. economy are rising to about 5%, which means it's harder to borrow money. More people are afraid to buy U.S. bonds, and there's some speculation that China could, which is a large holder of U.S. debt, is actually selling this in the open market. So there is so many moving parts going on here, as well as far as guidance as well. Delta Airlines, for example, is withdrawing their financial guidance for the rest of the year, saying the tariffs make the uncertainty impossible to make any kind of predictions. Walmart is preparing for a worsening economy. They buy a lot of what they sell from China. Ford is being downgraded this morning for an unclear future. So there's so many moving parts. It's hard to specify with these markets, but there's one thing for sure, that they're just crying out for clarity, and they're not getting it from this White House and from this U.S. president.
Well, that's what I was going to ask you. Let's talk about that, because people are wondering, are the tariffs just going to keep going up, back and forth? Is this still possibly a negotiating tactic? Are they permanent? If they're not permanent, for how long are we subjected to this?
Yeah.
So on all of those points, any clarity from the White House?
And we can ask that, all of those questions, any given moment of the day, and the reaction that we're getting is unclear. Scott Bissett, the U.S. Treasury Secretary, says yes, that maybe these are negotiating tactics. Economic advisor Peter Navarro said no, that these tariffs are firm, and so any given moment. And what's interesting here, I've said this a couple of times, like unlike any other financial incidents, going back to the 1929 crash, the 1987, 2008 financial crisis, there is overlying causes there. There's financial distress. This is all in the hands of one person, the U.S. president, and what he might do or say any given moment could fluctuate these markets so wildly that this is unprecedented what we're seeing.
Absolutely.
And here's another look here at the Dow Jones that had been positive and now falling into negative territory once again.
Okay, thanks so much, Scott.
Thanks, Natasha.
And speaking of Donald Trump, he is insisting that he does have everything under control. But even before the markets opened today, some Wall Street billionaires publicly expressed their fears that the president's sweeping tariffs could cause the U.S. economy to collapse. CBC's Katie Nicholson joins us live from Washington with more on that. So, Katie, we've been hearing from some pretty significant business leaders. They are speaking out against the president, or at least against his policies. What are you hearing from them?
Yeah, we're hearing criticism again this morning from MAGA billionaire Bill Ackman. He is the one who posted a couple of days ago on X a really long request really to put a pause on these tariffs. He has renewed that again today with another long essay post. Here is just a little bit of what he put up there. He said, "Our stock market is down, bond yields are up, and the dollar is declining. These are not the markers of successful policy." He goes further down to say that if the president doesn't pause the effect of the tariffs soon, many small businesses will go bankrupt. Medium-sized businesses will be next. And he's not the only voice from Wall Street raising concerns again this morning. Just before markets opened this morning, JP Morgan's CEO Jamie Dimon was on Fox this morning, and he was asked about the chances of a recession. Here's a little bit of how that exchange went.
Personally expect a recession?
I am going to defer to my economists at this point, but I think probably that's a likely outcome.
Yeah. Because markets, I mean, when you see a 2,000 point decline, it sort of feeds on itself, doesn't it? Because it makes you feel like you're losing money in your 401k, you're losing money in your pension. You got to cut back.
Yeah. I always remind people markets aren't always right, but sometimes they are right, and I think this time.
So on Tariff Eve last night, President Trump gave a defiant 90-minute speech at a Republican dinner. And again, throughout that speech, he insisted the rest of the world has been ripping America off left and right. He said again that the tariff plan is going to work, that it's going to be legendary. And he also had choice words for China. Really, this has sort of been one of his fixations, the country that he has hit with that massive 104% tariff. So today, China just showed that they aren't blinking. They have consistently messaged that they are not going to bow down to any kind of bullying. And so today they announced an additional 84% on U.S. goods. So that prompted Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent to respond to this sort of escalation. He was on CNBC earlier, essentially saying that this wasn't a good idea, almost saying defiantly to China, so what? And after that, he even appeared with the American Bankers Association in a bit of a Q&A, and he cautioned other nations around the world around strengthening their ties with China. Here's a little bit of Scott Bessent this morning with the American Bankers Association.
The biggest offender in the global trading system is China, and they're the only country who's escalated. And I can tell the rest of the world that I'm not sure whether it was the Prime Minister or the Economic Minister in Spain made some comments this morning, oh, well, maybe we should align ourselves more with China. That would be cutting your own throat.
So for clarity there, Spain's Prime Minister Pedro Sanchez is in China and Vietnam over the next couple of days with that express purpose of strengthening economic ties. So a bit of a shot across the bow there from Scott Bessent.
And Katie, this very hour, one of Trump's top trade officials is testifying on Capitol Hill. What is the trade representative, Jamieson Greer, saying now?
Yeah, so this is Greer's second day being grilled, this time by House Ways and Means Committee. Yesterday, he was before the Senate Finance Committee, again, facing a barrage of questions about the methodology, how the administration came up with the rates, how they chose who they were going to tariff. Would point to Democrat Richard Neal questioning even how these global tariffs can really give the U.S. leverage to negotiate any kind of new trade agreements. He goes on to say things like these agreements are not going to be worth the paper that they're written on. If we've got a review coming up of Kuzma next year, and we're going to impose all of these tariffs last night in this sort of arbitrary manner right now, and fears again about layoffs and plant closures coming out of this wave of tariffs. So these are the sorts of questions Greer has been facing. He's been steadfast, though, in his messaging on how crucial this tariff plan is to the American economy. Here's a little bit of Jamieson Greer.
Our large and persistent trade deficit has been over 30 years in the making, and it will not be resolved overnight, but all of this is certainly in the right direction. We must move away from an economy based solely on the financial sector and government spending, and we must become an economy based on producing real goods and services by American workers in our communities here. This adjustment may be challenging at times. This is a moment of drastic and overdue change, but I'm confident that the American people will rise to the occasion as they've done before. I trust them. I trust that they can do this.
So Greer says that more than 50 countries have reached out, and he says there is an opportunity for countries to cut tariffs and non-tariff barriers in negotiations over this latest wave of tariffs. Certainly that kind of clarity is what other countries are looking for right now.
CBC's Katie Nicholson in Washington. Thank you, Katie. All right, friends, let's go to Montreal, where Bloc Québécois leader Yves-François Blanchet is speaking at a campaign event.
Economic issues, or whether we're in an election campaign or not, it is absolutely critical that Quebec be French. Quebec has the right to be French. Quebec must be French, and that is what the people of Quebec want. To a very large majority want there to be only one national government, which is the government of Quebec, which has jurisdiction over this issue. So I hope that that was clear. And if not, I suppose you'll have some questions. La Presse Canadienne. Hello, Mr. Blanchet. I'm wondering, do you think there's a need to legislate to protect sources of fresh water in Canada and Quebec from what Mr. Trump is hoping to put his hands on? Well, I can tell you that to date, in trade treaties between Canada and the U.S., we've always been able not to expressly talk about water or protecting water. And I think it's rather difficult now to talk about, because water should not be part of any trade agreement. Now, Quebec has the opportunity or the luck of having a great deal of fresh water. And it's not only for the benefit of Quebec that we have to protect that fresh water, it's for the entire planet that it needs protecting. So I think the U.S. should better manage their own water resources so that they are not putting pressure on Canadian water resources. Now, certainly, it's the west of Canada which would be hypothetically the target of the American West, which is very, very dry. But if there's a rule, the rule applies to the entire country, and it would be unfair to Quebec. So now, if the law protects supply management, well, I think it's very important that all leaders say that there is no way we can compromise our water resources, and I can tell you the Bloc will not support any trade treaty with the U.S. that includes water. In recent days, we have heard the Conservative leader and other candidates talk about the size of their crowds when they have rallies. Now, do you think the size of these partisan rallies is an indicator of their support and their ability to form the next government? Well, I think it's important to realize that in the west of Canada, or some parts of the west, the Conservatives are very popular. That's not an effective vote, but that's their issue. I have no comment on that. However, I think it does mobilize the Conservative vote when there are large rallies. Quebec has also seen periods where there were lots of mobilization and more people would come out than before. But how can I put this? We're not really so focused on partisan fanaticism.
Mylène Crête, La Presse.
Last night, the Liberal Party said it does not intend to give more power to Quebec to appoint judges. What is your comment on that? Well, Quebec has the legitimacy to do such things, and my response is give the Bloc the balance of power, and we'll see what Quebec can do. Mr. Carney is revealing his real thoughts. When we're talking about the preservation of Parliament, of the National Assembly's prerogative, Mr. Carney says, well, I'm so ahead in the election that I can sacrifice Quebec. I have a question with respect to some of your candidates, with respect to a new alliance. Now, you were on the board of a large organization in Quebec, and I'm wondering what your position is on that group. To be a member of the Bloc, you know, you have to become a member of the Forum when you're the Youth Forum when you're under 31. So anyone can do that. But what about the ideas of the Nouvelle Alliance that are considered to be radically right-wing? Well, I am not aware of what the people on the board think in that regard. I just want to clarify. I have a lot of hostility in relation to extremes, whether it's the extreme right or the extreme left. That serves no one's purposes. I don't like them, and that's the polite version I'm giving you. Now, when someone does something illegal, well, I mean, if I come across that in my organization, I'll say, go away. I prefer that to people not abiding by the rules. Radio-Canada, Pierre Poilievre has said that he could use any tool under the Constitution to punish crimes more severely. That's what he announced today. He has not shut the door on the possibility of using the notwithstanding clause. He seems to think it won't be necessary. Do you think there's reason to be concerned about this? Well, we may be concerned that he'll use it, but thank heavens, Pierre Poilievre is not a judge. And I think we should leave it to judge to do their job as judges and not radicalize the Canadian state or the Canadian justice system to score political points by making this type of comment. We're using the notwithstanding clause to preserve the identity of Quebec and the jurisdiction of the National Assembly. This was not conceived for the benefit of the central government, but rather the provinces. Now, you're stopping in your writing today. Do you think you need to spend more time there? Well, I am a member of Parliament, the member of Parliament for Belleuil-Chambly. I'm very attached to the people of that riding, and I wish I could be in my reading more often. If someone is suggesting that there's a problem for me in my riding, well, then that's the kind of humor that would not fill a room. Thank you very much.
All right, friends, we've been taking you live to see the comments from Bloc Québécois leader Yves-François Blanchet speaking in Quebec. Again, this is the midway point of the federal election campaign. His message has been clear and consistent throughout, and it's one thing. It's about the rights of Quebecers, the rights of Francophone Canadians. Let's turn to CBC's Rafi Boudjikanian, who's been listening in to all of the comments. What stood out for you, Rafi?
Well, that last question was sort of funny to me, Natasha, because it's kind of the same question I asked him yesterday when he was campaigning in Ottawa in order to make a point about a notwithstanding clause. So he was asked there, you're spending time in your own writing. Yves-François Blanchet was asked in Belleuil-Chambly, are you worried about your own writing? He denied it. He said, you know, he's an MP of Belleuil-Chambly, which is on Montreal's South Shore, and he says he wishes he could spend more time in his writing. Typically, when a leader is spending time in their own writing, it could be a sign that they could be in trouble. And the polling aggregator 338.ca has suggested as much, that Yves-François Blanchet may actually be facing some competition on his home turf. I will note also It's the second time he's headed there during this campaign. The first time was a relatively quick photo op when he went to submit his nomination papers during the first week of the campaign, when I was covering the Bloc Québécois as they went around Quebec during that first week. I will also note that maybe it was not super obvious in the close-up shot there, but that news conference they were holding was in front of McGill University in Montreal, because they wanted to make the symbolic point that English is not endangered in Quebec. You know, look at this world-renowned English language university that's right here in the province's biggest city. Blanchet was suggesting that what he wants to see is doing away with the official languages law, essentially, as it exists in Quebec, that only the supremacy of the French language should be kind of dominant in that province, saying that, you know, for federally regulated industries or companies, employees should not have the option of kind of being bilingual. They should be only operating in French, and that they should not be allowed to have a job if they can't demonstrate that they have fluency in the French language. This has been a tough campaign for the Bloc Québécois. Now, they have started behind in the last two elections as well, and Yves-François Blanchet was the leader for the last two elections, and he managed to turn those things around, but they've kind of had trouble piercing through the rhetoric around Donald Trump, because they're not running to form government, right? So they can't really argue, put me in charge and I'll defend you from Trump. What they can argue is, give me the balance of power and I can protect Quebec's interests during these negotiations with Trump. That's kind of the tack they have taken, while also attacking the Liberals, who are their main competition in Quebec, arguing that Mark Carney does not represent Quebec as someone who's not a Quebecer. And, you know, this is the first opportunity they've had to be able to say that about a Liberal leader in more than a decade, since Justin Trudeau was fluently bilingual, was a Quebecer. So they're kind of trying to lean on this image of Carney. So far, it hasn't quite worked out for them in the polls.
CBC's Rafi Boudjikanian in Ottawa. Thank you, Rafi.
You're welcome.
Now, over the course of these past 18 days, Canadians have had a lot to consider, from the tariffs imposed by the U.S. president to the various promises made by the various political leaders. They also have had a lot of questions about the election process and how it's all going to work. And they've been sending those questions to us, and we've been sending them to Mark Carcasol, who's in studio. You deal with it. So, Mark, you've been going through the questions and trying to figure out some of these answers. What have you got for us?
It ain't easy, Natasha, but some of them actually have, some of the scenarios proposed by our viewers have occurred before, so we have past knowledge to kind of rely upon, and that's partially what we're doing in this case. The question this hour comes from Giorgio Frausin. Giorgio, I hope I'm pronouncing your last name right. I'm sorry if I'm not. But the question is, what happens to the ballot of a vote cast early when the candidate voted for is removed from the ballot just before the election deadline? He goes on to say in his letter that this happened in his riding last time around. This does, unfortunately, Natasha, happen almost every election. Either someone finds out about bad behavior of a candidate previously, or they put their foot in their mouths in some other way, or sometimes they just decide they don't want to run anymore and they drop out. Now, you don't get a second chance. If you cast a vote for a candidate who has stepped out or dropped out, unfortunately, the way it is that that vote is essentially wasted. It's considered void by Elections Canada. Once a candidate is confirmed and the ballots are all printed after the deadline, which was this past Monday in this case, parties can't swap out candidates. That candidate's name goes on the ballot, and Elections Canada says it is not their responsibility to inform voters that that candidate is no longer running. It's up to the candidate to be informed and not vote for, or up to the public, rather, to be informed and not vote for that particular candidate. So you have to keep your eyes out. It's too late to replace dropouts at this point in this current election. Now, just to spice up this hit, if you will, Natasha, let's bring in some engaging electoral law, shall we? The Canadian Elections Act, Section 74, declares that a candidate may withdraw at any time before 5 p.m. on the closing day for nominations. And subsection 2 says when a candidate withdraws under subsection 1, any votes cast for the candidate at the election are void. So if you do cast your vote, whether intentionally or unintentionally, for a candidate that has dropped out, that vote is essentially wasted. Now, that brings forth the question, what if a candidate who's no longer running wins? What happens then? Well, because those votes are considered void, that riding continues to go vacant, and Elections Canada sets up a by-election, lets the public know when that is, and there is another vote. But the gist of this is, Giorgio, keep your eye out, and to the public as a whole, keep your eye out. Make sure that the candidate you want to vote for is still running. If they're not, you'll likely hear about it on the news. There's not much chance that you won't have heard about it, but it's important to just, I guess, make that one last check if you're not sure. And if you have any further questions, please email us at ask@cbc.ca.
Okay, Mark Arkansas, thank you so much.
Thank you.
And a reminder that CBC News Network is now free to watch for the remainder of the federal election campaign. We're going to stay free until May the 5th. You can watch Canada's #1 news network through your cable provider. You can also go online on CBC Gem, CBCNews.ca, or you can get the CBC News app. We'll be back in just a moment. China has responded to U.S. President Donald Trump's new tariff escalation. The U.S. placed a 104% tariff on Chinese imports at midnight Eastern. Beijing now says it's going to raise its tariffs on American imports from 34% to 84% starting tomorrow. Now, the moves have triggered a massive sell-off on the Asian stock markets as investors brace for a slowdown in global trade. For more on the escalating trade war, we have now reached Kellyanne Shaw. She is a former senior White House trade advisor. She also served as a deputy assistant to U.S. President Donald Trump for international economic affairs during his first term. Ms. Shaw, really great to have you on the show. Thank you for making time for us.
Thank you so much for having me.
Ms. Shaw, Donald Trump, we all know, is an incredibly unconventional type of politician and leader. And it seems that he's really changing the rules of the game when it comes to global trade and specifically U.S. trade negotiations, U.S. trade rules. Is this the kind of shift that we should just continue to anticipate? Should we brace for more of the same? What's your best analysis on what's going on in Washington?
Yeah, and there's nothing orthodox about the Trump administration, right? You think of a rule and he'll step over that line and he'll break it. And that has very much been his style throughout most of his career, including during the first term. What I would say is that ambiguity is his currency in negotiations. He likes the element of surprise. He does things that no one expects, like imposing an additional 50% tariff on Chinese imports, bringing the overall average tariff rate above 104% as of today. I mean, these are big moves, and I fully expect to see more big and at times surprising moves from the president as he tries to navigate and recreate the global trading system.
We know one of the biggest stories of the day, of course, is the 104% tariff the United States is now issuing on Chinese-made goods coming into the U.S. China says tomorrow it's going to respond with an 84% tariff on American-made goods coming in. China is a massive global player. There's no doubt the United States is still the most wealthy country in the world, the strongest economy in the world, really sets the tone for the rest of the world. But China, with its increased power, is this a trade war that the Trump administration is guaranteed to win?
Well, you're right that the world's two largest economies have now entered a trade war. And the administration has been quick to say that the reciprocal tariffs are not a trade war. The fentanyl tariffs are not a trade war. It's about rebalancing the global trading system, about leveling the playing field. But when it comes to China, just how quickly this has escalated certainly tees up a trade war that we're watching unfold before our eyes. What I would say in terms of how this goes, I think both sides are digging in, right? There are no signs that President Trump is going to back down. There are no signs that Xi Jinping is going to back down. But this is very much a replay of where we were back in 2018, when the stakes seemed high back then, but by comparison are much lower, in that we were having 25% tariffs over hundreds of billions of dollars worth of goods with no trade talks in sight. But the two leaders did meet on the sidelines of that G20 in Buenos Aires and decided to have a tariff détente and engage in trade negotiations, which I helped work on, that phase one deal. And so I would imagine we will eventually get to a situation like that with China, where we both are escalating, we are both tariffing, we are taking other actions. Then at some point, the politics take over and President Trump and President Xi decide on a different course of action. But right now, we're just in the beginning throes of that.
Ms. Shaw, I want to really draw on your expertise, not only as a trade and economics expert, but as someone who's been in the White House, who has worked with this specific president. What we hear repeatedly from President Trump is that he gives this impression that he is some sort of business guru, that he has this great economic prowess, that he understands things that most people don't when it comes to deal making and negotiating, even on these extremely big macro levels. Is there merit to what he's saying? Is he seeing something that the rest of us are missing? I'm just trying to get a grasp on when so many people that we've heard from and I've been speaking to are saying, no, this is the absolute wrong way to go. Why is he sticking with this path?
Yeah, the president thinks outside the box in almost every sense of the word. He has a full career behind him of making these big deals. And when it came to trade, he made one with China last time. With Canada and Mexico, he renegotiated the NAFTA agreement, Chorus, Japan, and there were many other deals that he was able to successfully negotiate and land by taking tactics that were very unorthodox. And this is sort of the mother of all deals, right? He's trying to reorder the entire global trading system. And so we'll see if he's able to successfully land this or not, but he's taking a shot at it. He's a second-term president. He's not up for re-election, and he's thought about these issues for 40 years, and that's what we're watching play out. Now, he's asked for a longer leash. He's asked Congress, he's asked the American people, he's asked business leaders to give him a few months to try to negotiate some of these deals. So this isn't something where we're going to see results overnight. Mm-hmm. These are large systemic issues, but we'll have to see whether he's able to do it or not. He's definitely taking his shot.
As you reference that longer leash, let me bring into the conversation things that we've heard from Peter Navarro, who is now serving as the senior trade advisor to President Trump. Now, he has said that these U.S. tariffs, in the way that they are imposed now, are going to raise, according to him, $600 billion a year and about $6 trillion over a 10-year period. I'm not clear on the mathematics of that. First, I guess it's a two-part question. One, is he right? Could you see the numbers working out that way? And the other question is, even if you get 600 billion or you get 6 trillion, how much suffering does this mean for the ordinary person in both Canada and the United States in order to get to that 10-year point?
Yeah, and I think the administration cites to a number of objectives, right? That this is about addressing the trade deficit. This is about leveling the playing field. It's about national security. And then you also hear this revenue point. We're trying to raise money. But to my mind, the president is really focused on the first two. It's about addressing this longstanding and persistent $1.2 trillion trade deficit and about getting other countries to make concessions on some of these tariff and non-tariff barriers that we have been talking to them about for decades at this point. Now, the revenue revenue point to me is more about domestic messaging. It's about, okay, these tariffs are a means to an end in many cases. Some of them are designed to be negotiated down, like some of these reciprocal individual tariff levels, but where countries aren't willing to make those concessions or aren't able to, we will at the very least be taking in revenue. So to me, that's how I view the revenue point rather than something that's meant to be permanent.
Okay, Kellyanne Shaw, really great to have you on our show. Thanks so much for your time.
Thanks for having me.
Our pleasure. Let's stick with this because coming up, we're going to talk about the wallop on your wallet. How could Trump's tariffs impact your bottom line? We're going to speak to a personal finance specialist about riding out this storm. That's coming up next on CBC News Network. You could call it another day of whiplash on Wall Street and really right around the world as investors try to weigh the impact of U.S. President Donald Trump's latest tariffs. China, Canada, and the European Union are all retaliating against those retaliatory U.S. duties on their exports. And all the uncertainty is making for a fifth day of market chaos. So if you're stressed out about your savings and your personal finances, you're not alone. So what can you do to ride out this financial storm? To answer some of those questions, we've reached Melissa Leong. She's in Toronto, and she's the author of the book, Happy Go Money, A Finance Guide. Melissa, really good to have you back on the show.
Thank you for having me, Natasha.
So just straight out, we completely acknowledge that everybody's finances are different. This is highly individualized. We just want to be totally transparent. But I also want to be transparent that we as a team felt we don't get it. And I bet you people at home don't get it. And they're worried. They're nervous about their savings, about their retirement. So let's offer some broad strokes guidance for them. So Melissa, with that context in mind, these markets, it's been brutal, 5 trading days. We don't know what's going to happen when we wake up. And some people have a shorter term they can wait than others. What should people be thinking about in this moment of chaos?
I first want to say, everyone tells you, don't panic. And that is easier said than done. That's like someone saying, don't be scared, and then jumping out and yelling at you. And so if you do feel anxiety right now with the uncertainty, with the markets, with the roller coaster ride, that's normal. I'm trying to do myself what I'm telling my kids, which is, hey, I know you're uncomfortable, but you got to sit with it. And so you want to stay the course. You don't want to make any big money moves right now that are going to affect your long-term financial health. But especially out of fear, that's not the thing to do. So the first thing to do is take a step back and maybe take a pause from looking at your portfolio, from reading all the headlines. Just take a pause and know that you're not alone. Maybe you can speak to a financial advisor, maybe you can speak to a trusted friend just to get some perspective.
We know that some people are watching this unfold and they're really quite concerned about, well, multiple things. Let's talk primarily about pocketbook issues, how much things are going to cost. They're worried that they needed to get a new fridge. Maybe they were waiting to put it off for a few months, or next year they have planned to get a new car. What advice would you give people about that?
I myself have thought that I actually do need a new fridge, Natasha. And there's this idea of this, I should probably rush out and get it now because I don't know what's going to happen in the future. But you also don't want to rush out and buy a whole bunch of things that perhaps you don't need. So right now, there are only certain things that we can control. And one of those things is our own clarity. And so I'm going to name 3 things that you can do right now that make you feel a little bit safer, because there are things that you can actually do. So the first actionable thing is take a look at your finances to get extreme clarity on your situation. Look at the inflow, look at the outflow, and see if you have a surplus, because that surplus is going to be important moving forward. Because moving forward, you want to build up cash. That will give you some protection against what may happen. We have no idea what's coming our way. And so building up your emergency fund, making sure that you have a cash reserve. And third, paying down high interest debt. And so if you are thinking, I'm going to have to put a whole bunch of money on my credit card to be able to buy this fridge, maybe take a pause. You want to do the opposite. Try to pay off that debt. Try to take some of that surplus, if you have some, and pay down your credit card and not make any big money moves, because we're in a time right now where sometimes when you don't know what is coming down the line, you want to make sure that you have options, and cash will give you those options.
Okay, I do want to return to these points in just a moment, but I want to make sure to get to the question of people who are planning on retiring, or people who have already retired, but so much of their income right now or their income for the future is based on what's happening in the markets. Any advice for them? What should people be doing?
Again, when I said holding cash is great, I didn't mean that for investors. So I think there's this panic right now to, oh my gosh, should I sell all my investments and just hoard my cash? And I'm just going to tell a quick story. A lot of my friends, a lot of my family members felt this tremendous anxiety in 2020 when the pandemic first hit. And a lot of them did sell investments, locked in losses to try to hoard cash. But then again, life, you don't know what's going to happen. And they missed one of the biggest market recoveries in history. And in 2021, they didn't expect that 2021 would be this, experience all these all-time records in terms of highs, in terms of the equity markets. And so timing the market, I always say time in the market is better than trying to time the market. Even the pros get it wrong. And so I understand people who need money right away. They may feel they're looking at their portfolio and thinking, what should I do? But you don't want to make any rash decisions. You want to speak to someone if you need to about your long-term strategy. And as well, when you're retiring, if you're retiring in the near future, again, think about this. You're not going to need all that money all at once. Best to stay the course and wait.
Okay.
Wait.
I'm waiting.
See what happens. We don't know what's going to happen. Don't make any rash decisions.
But I'm an impatient person. Okay, wait. So while we're waiting...
It feels good to do something. You want to do something because you think that will make you feel better. But oftentimes when your brain is not working optimally when you're stressed. And so you may make things with the wrong motivation. We don't want to do that.
Okay. So Melissa, while we are waiting and being, patient and very Zen-like, what are some resources that Canadians can turn to if they have more questions, if they need more specific questions answered?
Personal finance is personal. You have your own set of goals. You have your own plans. Best to go, if you need to speak to a personal finance advisor or financial advisor, you can walk into your bank even and talk to someone there. Or if you have someone, get on the phone and call them. That's what they're doing right now. They are speaking. If you have a personal finance advisor, financial advisor, investment advisor, they are talking to clients right now, giving them perspective on their situation. They can say whether or not, we're going to have a talk about your risk tolerance right now. And maybe we need to, going forward, not right now, but look at your investment strategy. We need to be thinking with the long term. Everybody needs to take some time and look at their own personal situation right now. And sometimes when times are tough, this is a great opportunity for you to look at your own situation and make sure that you're prepared for the future.
My producer Danielle is saying, hurry it up. But I do want to get one more question in, Melissa, because this is really useful.
Okay, let's go.
And it goes back to those 3 points that you mentioned. Look at your finances. How much do you have? Start building up cash, building up an emergency fund, and then pay off your debt. But this is the overarching issue when it comes to our personal finances, which is our relationship with money. The reason why so many people, I think, get so stressed out is because we don't understand our money, how much we have, how to best use it. And it, as you said, it is deeply emotional. Oftentimes we're operating from a point of fear. And there might be much to fear in the current climate that we're in with what's happening on the global scale. So just with that in mind, like how much of this has to do with our psychology, how we were raised, how we were told to think about money, all this in mind, what's your best advice?
There is always discomfort. There is natural discomfort when it comes to uncertainty. And I think that money is something that people often associate with stress. Hey, it is one of the top stressors. Every single time you do any kind of happiness index or you ask people how they're feeling about money. So money is already stressful. Layer in all these other things that are happening in the world right now. How you feel right now is normal. So I would just say this, nothing stays the same. Things change. And when it comes to the markets, they're always cyclical. So if you think, oh my gosh, this is how long this is going to last, it's not going to last forever. And so are you able to take a breath and use this to your advantage? Think this is a great time for me to look at my financial health and make some long-term plans.
Sounds good. Melissa Leong, thanks so much for your time and for your very helpful insights.
Thank you for having me.
China has retaliated against Donald Trump's new tariff escalation. The U.S. president slapped a 104% levy on Chinese imports as of midnight Eastern. So in response, Beijing will raise its tariff on American imports from 34% to 84% beginning tomorrow. Now, the move triggered a massive sell-off on the Asian stock markets, and investors are bracing for a slowdown in global trade. Journalist Laura Westbrook is in Hong Kong.
Well, China is not backing down and is, in fact, doubling down. In a statement, the finance ministry said the U.S. practices of escalating tariffs on China is a mistake on top of a mistake, which seriously infringes on China's legitimate rights and interests. Analysts say this is China sending a clear signal that the government will keep its stance on trade policies. China also added 6 more U.S. businesses to its unreliable entity list, effectively blacklisting them, and placed export controls on 12 American companies. Analysts argue that the comprehensive scope of China's retaliatory actions, spanning tariffs, export controls, and materials, is a deliberate strategy aimed at protecting its domestic economy and national security. But the tariffs come at a tough time for China's economy. Exports have been a rare bright spot and a key driver of growth to support its slowing economy, an economy that's dealing with high youth unemployment and a protracted property crisis, and that is hurting demand. Now, China is trying to boost domestic demand, but that won't happen overnight. And in the meantime, businesses are worried about the impact of these tariffs. One Hong Kong exporter, with the US being one of his main markets, told me that his margins are already thin. So he expects the cost to be passed to the US importer and then the American consumer. And that will mean less demand for his products. Laura Westbrook for CBC News, Hong Kong.
Now, amid all this increasing tension with the Trump administration, China has now issued a risk alert to its citizens traveling to the United States. Officials are warning Chinese tourists to travel with caution, citing worsening relations between the two nations and the, quote, domestic security situation in the United States. Moving to Europe now, where markets have also been volatile in response to Donald Trump's tariffs. Leaders today voted to approve their first set of countermeasures. Willem Marx is on that story for us from London.
This was a qualified majority of the European Union's 27 member states voting through proposals today that were first put forward by the European Commission, that's the executive branch of the EU, back on Monday. This was not in response to the 20% flat tariff on all European goods that's been implemented as of today. This was in response to last month's 25% tariffs leveled against steel, aluminum, and cars. In a statement after the vote, the European Commission called the US tariffs unjustified and damaging, said they would cause, quote, economic harm to both sides as well as the global economy. We don't yet know for certain what those tariffs will target and when. We'll get those details in the next few days, but it's likely to include US motorcycles, poultry, certain types of fruit, timber. That will be coming out in the next few days, and they'll be implemented starting next Tuesday, again in May, and then finally rolled out in their totality come December.
Willem, obviously a serious move in the face of heavy and sweeping tariffs coming from the U.S. president, but the European Commission is still leaving itself some flexibility in terms of its next moves.
Yeah, you see that in the language issued as part of their statement just in the last hour or so. They said, the European Commission, the EU has stated its, quote, clear preference to engage in negotiations with the Trump administration to find what they call a balanced and mutually beneficial trading agreement. They also said, and this is pretty significant and quite different to what China's been using in terms of its language, these countermeasures, as they call them, can be suspended at any time, but only once the US has agreed to what they term a fair and balanced negotiated outcome, Natasha.
Willem Marx reporting from London.
Doesn't shoot it, puts it in front. They score. Pius Suter. Don't go away just yet. 10 seconds left. His shot. Oh, Hronek dismissed at the side of the center. They score. Pius Suter's got another one. Can you believe this? The Canucks 3 straight goals in the final minute. Garland centers. They score. Kiefer Sherwood with 1:16 to go in overtime. The Canucks complete the comeback.
Vancouver scored 3 goals in the final minute of their game last night to erase the 5-2 lead by the Dallas Stars. They then scored again in overtime to win the game 6-5. The improbable comeback is also an NHL record. The Canucks are the first team to score 3 times in the final minute of regulation. They also avoid elimination from making the playoff, at least for one more game. And we are standing by for events from 2 of the major party leaders. He's not one of them, but he's standing by for us as well. This is the scene right now in Calgary where Liberal Party leader Mark Carney is about to speak at a campaign stop. And at the same time, we expect to hear from NDP leader Jagmeet Singh, who's going to deliver remarks in Vancouver. Whoever goes first will take you there for their remarks, and then we'll play back the other commentary from the second leader later on in the show. Stay tuned to CBC News Network. We've got you covered on all fronts. Hello, everyone. I'm Natasha Fatah. Welcome inside the CBC Newsroom. It's been a wild Wednesday on the world markets as Donald Trump's trade war goes global. The United States' biggest trading partners are responding to Trump's retaliatory tariffs. They kicked in overnight for imports from around the world, including that 104% duty on anything coming in from China. Beijing has responded with a plan to hike up tariffs on U.S. goods to 84% starting tomorrow. Canada's 25% levy on certain U.S. auto imports is now in effect. And the European Union has approved its first countermeasures. We're going to take you through all of this, but let's begin with those markets that have been so volatile for the past 5 days. And to help us get through the volatility, I can't even speak, it's been so volatile on the markets, we've got Nisha Patel, far more eloquent than I, and gets it far better than I do. So Nisha, it's another wild day. We're constantly looking for clarity, for explanation, and it's really sort of absent at this moment. What do you make of the markets as we're seeing them so far today?
Right, Natasha, and that's exactly what markets hate, right? They hate uncertainty. They don't have it right now, and that's why we're seeing the action that we've seen on stock markets around the world over the past week or so. So trading continues to be extremely volatile. Here in North America, at this moment, markets seem to be settling down a little bit. You can see the Dow Jones there down about 0.5 percentage point, down at 171 points. The TSX, I believe, is also a little bit lower. Not as bad as we saw on European markets today. Investors are likely jumping on the Treasury Secretary's comments that the U.S. can likely reach a deal with allies. And it just goes to show you how desperate traders are for any little bit of good news that they can kind of pare their losses and see some hope ahead. European markets did have quite a rough go of it this morning. We saw in Germany the DAX down 3%, the FTSE as well down 3%. But really, investors are looking for some kind of off-ramp. And until they get that volatility is going to continue. We're also seeing a commodity that we watch closely. The price of oil has really tanked today. We're down close to 5% right now. West Texas crude at about $57 a barrel. Last week, it was $71 a barrel.
Holy.
And so we're looking at traders looking and saying we could be headed for a global recession. That would decrease demand for oil. And that continues to play into this negative sentiment in the markets.
Well, speaking of the negative sentiment, now traditionally, U.S. government bonds seen as a very stable, safe place to invest your money. But we are seeing this global trade-off where they're just trying to get rid of them. What are we to make of those moves?
Yeah, it's very unusual. I was up at midnight watching bond yield spike. Not what I wanted to be doing, but it just goes to show you how nothing is working as it normally does in this market. Generally, when stock markets are melting down, investors buy bonds because they're less risky. And there could be a few reasons why this is happening. Foreign governments like China may be dumping bonds in retaliation. Hedge funds maybe have some forced selling going on. Whatever combination of those reasons is, experts say it's extremely concerning. Take a listen.
U.S. Treasury bonds are supposed to be the world's safe, liquid, sovereign asset. They're supposed to be a flight to quality and safety when market turmoil like this happens. That's not happening right now. It shows a lack of confidence in American securities and in the American economy.
Now, whether that is a permanent shift, it's not clear, but it really just goes to show you how a trade war can have far-reaching effects through all parts of the financial system, the global economic system. It really was feeling like the 2008 financial crisis, Natasha, except in that case, the government was trying to stop the crisis. It didn't create it.
All right. CBC's Nisha Patel. Thanks so much, Nisha.
You bet.
Well, in the meantime, Donald Trump is insisting that he has everything under control. But both Democratic and Republican members of the House are concerned about the possible ramification of his global trade war. In fact, this hour, one of Trump's top trade officials is testifying on Capitol Hill. CBC's Katie Nicholson joins us now live from Washington with more on that. Katie, Jamieson Greer has been facing quite a grilling over this past hour. Tell us how this is all playing out for the second day.
Yeah, and this is actually day 2 for the trade representative. He was before the Senate Finance Committee yesterday. So he has been facing questions today, as he did yesterday, about methodology on how it is that the administration came up with the tariff rates, whether he believes they are in fact legal. He says, yes, he believes they are. As yesterday, there is some thanks, some positive cheerleading from some Republicans, but also some soft, subtle pushback and concerns. But by far, of course, the toughest questions really coming from Democrats. I would point to Richard Neal. He took pains to point out CUSMA was a good deal that just a few years ago had the support of 195 Republicans, 196 Democrats, and stressed now the U.S. is imposing tariffs on 2 of the U.S.'s longtime friends and neighbors. And then there's an exchange I want to show you. This is between Texas Democrat Lloyd Doggett and the U.S. Trade Representative, in which Doggett challenges whether trade deficits really do constitute an emergency or not.
The United States has run trade deficits for 48 straight years, during which time the U.S. economy has grown by 255% in real terms, that these decades of trade deficits have corresponded with increases in American wealth and household incomes that far exceed the progress in Canada, China, and the European Union. Do you think that this growth in American wealth as a result associated with deficits is something that constitutes a national emergency?
The giant and massive persistent trade deficit that Biden left us with is an emergency. It's not like the small deficits from the 60s when we had auto workers here making production. We've offshored all this stuff, Mr. Doggett, and we are really in an emergency situation, and we're not passing the buck.
Reclaiming my time, we seem to have done much better than in the Gilded Age, which the president prefers. I would just say that on the eve of his inauguration, the president promised to bring prices drastically down, and there's nothing that you've said in your answers or non-answers to me today that will give Americans any assurance to believe anything other than that their prices will continue to soar and their savings will continue to shrink.
Now, Greer has been steadfast throughout the morning in his messaging how crucial this tariff plan is, and he says again that more than 50 countries have reached out, and he did say that there's an opportunity for countries to cut tariffs and non-tariff barriers in negotiations over this new wave of tariffs that kicked in at midnight.
Katie, we're also hearing from some well-known business leaders who are speaking out today. What are they saying?
Right, so criticism again this morning from that mega billionaire, Bill Ackman, maybe feeling a little less mega these days. This is another lengthy post he put on X, again, really asking that the president reconsider or pause these tariffs. Here's a little bit of that essay he posted. He says, "Our stock market is down, bond yields are up, and the dollar is declining. These are not the markers of successful policy." And then he goes on to say, if the president doesn't pause the effect of the tariffs soon, many small businesses will go bankrupt and medium-sized businesses will be next. The other thing, of course, of note that happened this morning, China responded to that 104% tariff as it promised it would. It announced an additional 84% on all U.S. goods. To that, Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent sort of responded on CNBC this morning, basically saying it wasn't a good idea, and he kind of said, so what? And after that, he even actually cautioned other nations around strengthening ties with China when he did a sit-down interview with the American Bankers Association. So some interesting messaging coming out of there.
Thanks so much, Katie. All right, friends, let's go to Vancouver, where NDP leader Jagmeet Singh is delivering remarks at a campaign event.
Who know they've got to take their pills but can't afford to, so they cut them in half or they skip. I think about parents who wonder if they're not able to afford the medication their kids need, the asthma inhalers, and worrying that they're not going to be able to get the next supply when their kids need it. And I think about this young boy that I met with his dad in Parliament right when I got elected, early on when I became leader. And he told me that he was a type 1 diabetes patient, that he was living with this illness. So you got a 10-year-old boy with his dad, and the young boy is telling me, I live with this illness, I got to take injections, I got to get blood tests, I know it's incurable, and I know if I don't manage my health properly, I might die. And I'm thinking, how is that possible for a young boy to manage that? He's like, well, I'm not worried about my illness. I'm not worried that it's incurable. I'm not worried about all the steps I need to do to stay alive. But I am worried about how much my medication costs my parents. Get a 10-year-old kid who felt like he was a burden on his parents. And I remember promising that boy, I said, I promise you, I'm going to fight like hell to make sure you don't feel like a burden anymore, that you never feel like that ever again. And I can tell you with pride that we made that happen. We made that promise, and I've delivered on that promise. And I also got to point out our entire team, Jenny and Benita, our whole New Democrat team was a part of us being able to make this happen. But Dawn was the one that really took this as was the person that was the bottom lining this. And so I got to thank Dawn personally for all the work he did on pharmacare, getting it across the finish line. And so we made our promise, we committed this, and we delivered it. And now people here in BC will be able to get free diabetes medication and devices. We delivered on that. But we know that that was just the first step. For us, New Democrats, we always believe the foundational legislation that we passed was about ultimately having universal and public pharmacare for all, that all medication needs should be covered. And so that's what I'm announcing today, that our commitment is New Democrats will fight to bring in the next step, which is to cover all essential medication. These are the medications that are most often prescribed. This is going to give a lot of relief to people that are worried about being able to afford their medication. It's going to save money for families. It's also going to improve our healthcare system. But what I'm hearing from people, and they're more and more worried, is that Mark Carney wants to stop pharmacare dead in its tracks. He wants to stop it. He doesn't want it to go forward. And people are worried about that. They're worried about his other talks about cutting healthcare. They're saying, well, that's not what we want. We want to see pharmacare continue. And we know that Pierre Poilievre has called pharmacare a radical program, so he would cut it. So for Canadians out there that are wondering, well, I want to see pharmacare move forward, what do I do? I'm also hearing from Canadians that say that Parliament works best when one party doesn't have all the power. So if you want pharmacare to happen, if you want us to move forward with pharmacare, and you want essential medications to be covered, vote for a New Democrat. Re-elect your New Democrat incumbents, those that have fought for you, those that have proven themselves as champions for you. Re-elect those incumbents and send more of us to Ottawa, and we'll fight and deliver this for you. We are committed to fight for you and your families, not for the billionaires, not for those at the top. And we know, and you know, that when New Democrats are in Ottawa, we do exactly that. Thanks so much. I'll do that in French, and then I look forward to your questions. Donc,
First of all, I want to begin by thanking the workers who are with us. They work in the healthcare unions, and I want to thank our candidates who are also with us. I'm proud to have such an incredible team. And I also want to talk about the situation we're in now. We're facing threats from Donald Trump, and every single day there are more threats. That means that people are worried about what's going to happen to their life. They think they may lose their jobs. They're also worried that this trade war will increase the cost of living. And Donald Trump has specifically targeted medications in Canada. He wants to raise those prices so that there can be better profits for the big pharmaceuticals. So today I want to talk about a way that we can bring down the cost of living, including medications. Our commitment as New Democrats is that we will fight to move forward with the next phase of pharmacare, which means that we will cover essential medications, and these are medications that are the most frequently used. That will bring down costs for family and help people. I know that there are a lot of people who cannot afford to pay the medications that they need. Seniors who are not taking their pills or cut them in half, or other people who simply don't buy the medications they need. And they get sicker and sicker. We want to avoid that. We think that health is important, it's essential, and we will defend that. Mark Carney, unfortunately, is increasingly talking about cuts to health care, and he's also said that he will not continue with pharmacare. He's going to stop pharmacare, and that's a worry. And that's not a good thing for Canada. And we also know that more and more people are saying that Ottawa works better when one party does not hold all the power. So if you want someone who will fight for you and for your family, send New Democrats to Ottawa. Elect New Democrats and elect more New Democrats to fight for you. Pierre Poilievre will cut that program. Mark Carney has said he won't go forward with the program. We're the only party that will move forward with more pharmacare.
Is that we're really proud to announce that we've got a full slate of candidates, and over half of our candidates are women. We think it's very important because we want Parliament to look like Canada. And we also have a number of folks representing racialized communities and diverse communities, Indigenous candidates. We're proud of that. But I'm concerned that with the other parties, they actually have the least number ever of women and diverse candidates running. That's not how we build a parliament that looks like the country that we represent. I'm proud that as New Democrats, we've made this a priority, and your team that you're looking at today is a team that really looks like Canada.
And finally, I want to say that all our candidates in this election campaign, and I must say that I'm proud to say that our candidates, at least half of them or more than half, are women, and that our candidates reflect the nature of this country. With Indigenous candidates, racialized community candidates, because our party really represents people that make up this country. Unfortunately, with the other parties, they have fewer women than ever. They have less diversity among their candidates than ever, and I think that's a problem.
Merci beaucoup. On va maintenant passer à la période de questions des médias. Une question et une relance par journaliste. We'll now take the questions from the press. One question and one follow-up per journalist. We'll begin with David Baxter, Canadian Press.
Good morning, Mr. Singh. Throughout your address, you talked about saying the importance of electing more New Democrat MPs to fight for pharmacare expansion, but you never mentioned like an NDP government would expand this. Does this signal that at this point in the campaign you're looking more to elect more New Democrats to push for another minority government?
Well, I can tell you that 25 of us were able to force the government to do something they would never have done. We were able to bring in pharmacare. And just to remind folks, Liberals had promised this 3 decades ago, more than 30 years ago, and had no movement on it. And the only and first time there was any movement on pharmacare was because we forced them to do it. So if you want pharmacare, it's clear you need New Democrats. And I would be honored for you to elect as many New Democrats as possible. But more and more Canadians are telling me when I go to the doors, when I meet people, they're saying, you know what, I think Ottawa works best when one party doesn't have all the power. And so if you want someone in Ottawa that's going to fight to actually make pharmacare move forward, that's going to be New Democrats. I would say it's clear that Mark Carney doesn't want to expand it, wants to stop it dead in its tracks. And that's not going to help Canadians who are wondering about how they can afford their medication. So if you want someone that's going to fight for pharmacare for all, and the next phase, which is essential medication coverage, re-elect your New Democrat incumbents and elect more New Democrats so we can fight for you.
So at this point, is the primary goal to hold the balance in power, since you were just saying one of the best ways to have a government right now is where one party doesn't hold all the power? Do you want to hold that balance of power?
Well, what I want is what's in the best interest of Canadians. And Canadians are telling me that when they have New Democrats there, they know they've got someone that's going to fight for them. They know that they got someone they can count on. When their chips are down, they know New Democrats are only going to prioritize the needs of people, not those of the billionaires, not those of CEOs, but everyday folks. And so if that's someone that's you, if you're hearing this and you're saying, you know what, yeah, I am worried about Mark Carney's cuts. I'm worried that he's going to stop pharmacare dead in its tracks. I want to see pharmacare expand. I like that good work. I would say, well, to make that happen, you got to re-elect your New Democrat incumbents. You got to elect more of us if you want these type of programs to continue. We're seeing more and more people reject Pierre Poilievre and his plan to cut healthcare and to cut the things you need. People are saying that's bad for the country, that's bad for me and my family, and I hear people on that. And I'm also hearing people say, well, I'm worried that Mark Carney's talking a lot about cuts as well. If you're worried about that, send New Democrats to Ottawa, and we're going to fight for you.
Thank you. Now, next question, Ashley Burke, CBC.
Good morning, Mr. Singh.
Good morning.
Will a fully funded pharmacare program be the cost of NDP support in the next parliament?
Well, we've laid out the steps to achieve it. So the first phase, what we want to see happen is the essential medication, and the cost for that is about $3.5 billion. This is an investment in our healthcare. Every other country in the world that has universal healthcare has included medication coverage because they figured out it doesn't actually make sense that people can go into a physician, get prescribed medication to keep them healthy or to cure an illness, and they simply can't afford it. It is a bad way to run a healthcare system. And so we really believe fundamentally everyone deserves access to medication. This is something fundamental. We've passed the legislation, the framework for it, and we want to see it continue. I'm concerned, I think Canadians are worried when they hear Mark Carney talk about stopping it, not continuing it, not moving forward with it. They're worried about that because they want to see more medication covered. If that's you, vote for New Democrats and we'll get it done.
But if there's a future minority government, would this be the cost of your support? And as well, we've seen you do policy announcements like this. We've seen you meet with unions, workers, campaign volunteers. But so far this week, I haven't seen a single supporter at any of your events. Why is that?
So when it comes to what we want to do in the next parliament, I want to lay out what Canadians can expect us to fight for. We're going to fight for you, and we want to lay out the things that we want to fight for. The thing that we're laying out today is pharmacare. For a lot of Canadians, this is a big worry. They're worried about how much it costs. They're also worried that in the trade war, this is going to be another area where people are going to feel the squeeze. They're going to feel Donald Trump's attacks on our country, specifically targeting making money off of Canadians when it comes to their illnesses and finding ways to attack the fact that we build and we manufacture medication in our country. He's finding ways to attack that to make more profits for American pharmaceuticals. If you're worried about the uncertainty of the future and the worried about the cost of medication, vote for New Democrats. We're going to fight to make sure in the next parliament we move forward on the next phase of pharmacare, which is essential medication.
Merci beaucoup.
I've answered the question.
Merci beaucoup. Prochaine question, Valérie Gamache, Radio-Canada.
Bonjour, Monsieur Singh.
Hello, Mr. Singh. In a context where both Mr. Poilievre and Mr. Carney are really talking about tax responsibility, do you believe that you have more of an opportunity to see these projects come to fruition? Well, I think the only way we can move forward with a program like pharmacare is with New Democrats. With Liberals, well, the Liberals did not take action in the past, and they won't act in the future to deliver pharmacare. It was only with New Democrats that it was possible to force the government to move forward with pharmacare. So if this is an issue that you feel strongly about and you think that you deserve to have pharmacare that is universal and public to cover all medications or the medications people need, then you need more New Democrats in Ottawa. Now, the delegation would work better with the Liberals, in your opinion, or with the Conservatives? Well, I've already said that as leader and members of our team will never support Conservative Prime Minister Pierre Poilievre. We will never support him. We have talked about the projects and policies we intend to work on, and pharmacare is one of those.
Pierre Poilievre, ce matin, propose de durcir la justice criminelle pour les cas des récidivistes sévères pendant 3 fois. Donc, ces criminels-là n'auraient pas le droit de sortir de prison sans qu'ils se reprennent en main, montrent pas de
jail until they got better and showed that they were drug-free and went through a rehabilitation program. Do you think it's time in Canada to crack down with a tightened criminal law? Well, I would like to prevent crimes from happening beforehand. So I'd like to begin by saying I very deeply believe that everyone in Canada should have the right to live in safety, whether you're at work or you're taking public transit or you're playing in the park with your children. You have the right to be safe, and that's really essential. But our approach is to stop violence before it happens. Now, an example would be with violent crimes. Often, people use guns to commit these crimes, and these are illegal guns that have crossed into Canada over the border. So our plan is to have more officers working at the border to stop these illegal guns from coming in. So that's our approach, protect people that way before crimes can happen. And it's important to show that Pierre Poilievre and the Conservatives cut the number of officers working at the border. They cut those border officers. They cut 1,000 positions. And so we have less capacity now at the border as a result of that. And our plan is to hire back those employees.
I think, first of all, it's important to put out that I believe every Canadian deserves to be safe in their communities, safe to go to take public transit, safe to play in the parks with their kids. You deserve to be safe in your homes and in your communities, at your workplace. Everyone deserves to be safe. That is fundamental. The difference between my plan and Pierre Poilievre's plan is I believe we need to stop crime before it happens. And for a lot of violent crime, the weapons that are used are weapons that are illegally brought in from the States. And while Pierre Poilievre and the Conservatives cut the number of customs officers, border security officers, they cut them by 1,000 workers. We want to rehire those workers, strengthen our borders to prevent those weapons from coming into our country in the first place, to prevent those crimes from happening.
Et en deuxième question, on va rester dans le domaine de la justice.
Still talking about justice, do you believe that the Quebec government should have the right to appoint its own judges for example, the Quebec Court of Appeal or the Superior Court? That is what the CAQ government is asking for. Do you think they should have that right? Well, in the past, we said this, and this is still my position, that the Quebec government should have the right to select the list of judges that the federal government could use to appoint judges. Right now, Quebec has the right to pre-select those judges, and I think that's a good way to move forward.
On est parlé de sélectionner les listes. On that same question? Yes. Yeah, I've said this before, that I believe that the government of Quebec should be able to pre-select a list of judges from which the federal government chooses, and so absolutely the government of Quebec should have a say in the selection of those judges.
Thank you. Last question, Mike Lecouteur, CTV.
Mr. Singh, there's a story out today how donors to Pierre Poilievre's leadership campaign were also connected to the overseas friends of the BJP Canada. The Conservative leader said that there isn't enough capacity to do background checks on these types of donors to his leadership campaign. How do you feel about these donations going to him?
Well, I think the article goes into much more detail around the real connection between the Indian government and the Indian government's support for Pierre Poilievre during his election and during his leadership race. What I find really troubling is this is a foreign government that's alleged to have engaged not just in the killing of a Canadian on Canadian soil, but based on RCMP and security officials, that this is a government that engaged in a campaign of violence. The allegations are that impacted communities far and wide across our country, including gun violence, extortion, and violent crimes in communities across our country. This threatened everybody in those communities. That threatened people playing in the parks in those communities, kids. That threatened everybody. And the fact that Pierre Poilievre was so purposely avoiding to learn about the details about the involvement of a country and a government that's involved in allegations of really putting Canadians' lives at risk, putting our safety at risk, all in the context of so much transnational repression and the threats that Canadians face on a regular basis from foreign countries, really shows you that Pierre Poilievre is not someone that puts his country first. He puts his party first. He puts his own interests before the country, and I think that's wrong.
Just coming back on a different subject that you were talking about earlier, you said, quote, today, "I think Ottawa works best when one party doesn't have all the power." So have you given up all hope of the NDP winning this election?
Well, I can tell you, when we were in a minority government, New Democrats, just 25 of us, delivered some of the biggest expansions that we've seen in healthcare with dental care and with pharmacare. We delivered protection for workers. If Canadians elect enough of us, I would be honored to provide that type of leadership that every day focuses on what people need, fights for people every day. But I've heard from people again and again. People are telling me that they believe that Ottawa works best when one party doesn't have all the power. And if that's you, if you think that's something that resonates with you, and you believe that New Democrats are the ones that are going to fight to protect the things that you care about, like expanding pharmacare, as we're talking about today, then re-elect your New Democrat MPs and elect more of us, and we'll fight hard for you.
Thank you. That concludes the press conference for today. Merci, c'est ce qui conclut la conférence de presse d'aujourd'hui. Bonne journée.
Merci beaucoup. Thanks so much. Appreciate it.
We've been taking you live to Vancouver, where NDP leader Jagmeet Singh has just wrapped up answering questions from reporters and also making a policy announcement at a campaign stop. And I think right on cue, Liberal leader Mark Carney is now about to speak. He's in Calgary. Let's take a listen.
I got to start. It is fantastic to be back home in Alberta. George, merci à vous et tous nos candidats exceptionnels libéraux de Calgary qui sont ici aujourd'hui.
Candidates in the Calgary region who are with us today. And thank you for serving our country at this crucial time.
Strickland said. And Sean, I want to thank you for your tireless advocacy on behalf of our unionized building trades. Above all, I want to thank those behind me, the workers, the students graduating from TradeWinds, a program that empowers Indigenous peoples to find their path to a good career in the trade, and this record, Jay, of 100% employment coming out. Great training, great jobs that come through, building our future. And the Iron Workers Local 725, iron workers across this country who are literally building Canada. You are exactly the people we need right now and for decades to come. We need builders. We need unionized builders. We need extraordinarily skilled women and men like you, because being extraordinary is how we are going to emerge stronger from the biggest crisis in our lifetimes. You know, today marks an anniversary. Over a century ago, our country came together in a crisis on the battlefield and showed the best that Canada had to offer at Vimy Ridge. We're facing now a different crisis. President Trump is trying to fundamentally restructure the international trading system. And in the process, he's rupturing the global economy. We've seen the impact of this chaos. Volatility in global financial markets, retirement savings being put at risk. And here in Canada, President Trump's tariffs are threatening Canadian labor and Canadian business. They're putting people's livelihoods in jeopardy, from auto workers in Ontario to iron workers here in Alberta. We are responding. We are responding with purpose and with force, because we are masters in our own home. Nous sommes maîtres chez nous.
We are masters in our own home. We control our economic destiny. We will chart our own path. We choose to fight, to protect, and to build. We will fight these tariffs until they are canceled. At midnight, our counter-tariffs in response to President Trump's tariffs on our auto industry will take effect. That represents a 25% tariff on all American vehicles that are not consistent with our free trade agreement. We will protect our workers and our businesses during these difficult times.
We'll fight, we'll protect, but above all, we will build a new Canadian economy. We will build Canada strong. Now, since becoming your Prime Minister, I've chosen to continue to speak plainly. And the truth is, we haven't been thinking, as a country, we haven't been thinking or acting big enough. As a nation, we've played it too safe by relying too much on the United States. It's time now to realize Canada's full potential. And to speak plainly again, Canadian, especially Albertan energy workers, deserve recognition, more recognition, for the long hours they work living far from home to power our country, to keep us warm and safe. And I want to say thank you on behalf of a grateful nation. You are an integral part of Team Canada. You make Canada strong. And these two truths are related, because if we want to achieve our full potential as a country, we have to recognize and leverage our strengths. We have to recognize that we have the best workers in the world. The iron workers, the builders, the 700,000 energy workers here in Alberta across the country. Recognize as well that we are home to an abundance of conventional, that means oil and gas, conventional and clean energy resources. Recognize that Canada has everything we need to realize an amazing potential. My government, my Liberal government, recognizes this. And if elected, we will act on it. Because under my leadership, it's time to build big time. Today, I'm announcing a comprehensive new approach to make Canada the world's leading energy superpower. And it's an approach that is defined by 3 objectives. Energy security, first. This means using Canadian energy to displace imported energy, including energy imported from the United States. Secondly, trade diversification, to widen our partners, and again, to reduce our reliance on the U.S. And thirdly, long-term competitiveness. To build the strongest economy in the G7, we need to develop both clean energy and the lowest carbon conventional energy. Aujourd'hui,
today, I am announcing a new comprehensive approach to make Canada the world's leading energy superpower. That approach will be defined by 3 objectives. First, energy security. That means using Canadian energy to displace imported energy, including from the United States. Second, trade diversification, in order to reduce our reliance on the United States. And finally, long-term competitiveness, to build the strongest economy in the G7. We must, to do that, develop both clean energy and the lowest carbon conventional energy.
Our approach starts at the beginning of the clean energy supply chain by catalyzing investment in critical metals and minerals. Nickel, lithium, copper, cobalt, manganese, many, many more. We in Canada have the vital components of the clean energy revolution. And this in a world that's currently dominated by China. Today I'm announcing a new Liberal government will create the first and last mile fund that will connect critical mineral extraction projects to our supply chains to get them to market. In other words, from rock to road and rail. Getting these projects built faster while creating good, higher paying jobs in the trades. Catalyzing the exploration, development, and use of these minerals. To do that, we will introduce and reinforce a series of tax measures. Nous allons bonifier le crédit d'impôt à l'investissement.
The investment tax credit for clean technology manufacturing in order to include a larger number of projects and critical minerals. By expanding the scope of the mineral exploration tax credit to include materials that are necessary for technologies connected to defense, semiconductors, energy, and green technologies. At the same time, we are investing in order to develop critical minerals through recycling mine tailings and used vehicle batteries. This is a more sustainable and environmental way of developing such resources. And by expanding access to the exploration expense refund to include costs associated with technical studies.
These measures will help ensure that Canada becomes the global supplier of choice for critical metals and minerals. But we will choose our trade partners carefully for those who share our values and who treat us fairly. Critical minerals are just the beginning. We need to get more clean energy built. And our system of investment tax credits are promoting a generational investment in clean energy. They're an investment in making oil and gas as well, making oil and gas the lowest emission and therefore the most competitive in the world. They will unlock more solar, more wind, more nuclear, both large-scale and small modular, more geothermal, more hydrogen, more biofuels, more projects that will create good careers for tens of thousands of Canadians across this country, including such as those behind me today. To be an energy superpower, we also need to get more conventional energy built. with a focus on making it as clean as possible, because we can't lose sight of our responsibility to address climate change. And we can't lose sight of the imperative to ensure the long-term competitiveness of our conventional energy sector. And that starts with recognizing the facts. As the world shifts to using lower carbon energy, increasingly only the cleanest oil and gas will be consumed. Our oil and gas industry recognizes this. They're committed to net zero emissions by 2050, and so are we. Now, the time for analysis of how to get there is ending. My government is focused on results, and the results of the current consultation on the emissions cap will reflect the importance of efficiently and fairly achieving these objectives. My government will work closely with our oil and gas industry to reduce their emissions over time, so that Canadian conventional energy will supply the world for decades to come. We will focus on getting carbon capture and storage projects built to ensure a long and prosperous future for the sector, and at the same time to create an entirely new industry for Canada. Le Fonds de croissance du Canada
The Canada Growth Fund will be important in that regard. An organization that invests and uses innovative financial tools to make our production of conventional energy more environmentally friendly and competitive, while helping Canada develop new sources of energy such as hydrogen and biofuels. And that is particularly important at this time, as we are moving our economy away from that of the United States and shifting it to new, reliable partners that take climate change seriously and demand the same thing of those with whom they build trading relationships. Ignoring climate change is not only morally wrong, it's economically wrong, because it will isolate us from new markets and keep us dependent on the United States.
But ensuring that the money and the incentives are there to build clean energy and a highly competitive conventional energy sector is just one half of the equation. We can't build Canada into an energy superpower if we can't actually get the shovels into the ground. To put it plainly, we need to get going. I'm a pragmatist. So when I see something needs changing, I change it. And that starts with our mindset. At the moment, when we're thinking about new projects, too often the immediate question is why. Instead, we need to ask ourselves, how? How do we get it done? How can we build things in our country? I believe in Canada. I know we can do big things, and I know it's time to build. And that's why my Liberal government will establish a major federal project office with a clear mandate. Issue a decision after a single review on a project within 2 years instead of 5. And we will do this. We will do this in a way without compromising our world-leading environmental standards or our constitutional and moral obligations to Indigenous peoples. This is an ambitious but attainable goal. C'est un objectif réaliste.
It's a realistic goal because the Major Federal Projects Office will act as a one-stop shop that will ensure that builders of major projects will not have to work with several different departments in order to secure the permits they need to move forward. They will only have to work with this new office, which will coordinate the activities of all the different departments in order to accelerate the process and reduce the paper burden.
Making one project, one review a reality. You know, during my first days as Prime Minister, in fact, at the end of the first week, the premiers and I met, and we agreed to eliminate duplicative, burdensome requirements, including by recognizing provincial assessments for major projects. Within 6 months of being elected, a new Liberal government will utilize the Impact Assessment Act to sign agreements with all willing premiers and Indigenous governments. Agreements that will recognize provincial, territorial, and Indigenous-led project assessments, substituting the process to review major projects to them. The federal government substituting to provinces, territories, Indigenous-led processes, all while upholding the strongest environmental protections and Indigenous rights. Et c'est un objectif réaliste.
And this is a realistic objective because we will develop a list of national projects that will mobilize the necessary resources so that shovels can be in the ground more quickly. This is a promise that I have made with the premiers of the provinces and territories several weeks ago, a promise that I intend to keep. We are developing a trade and energy corridor for transportation, energy, critical minerals, and digital connectivity. We will make this concept a reality with a view to diversifying and strengthening our economy.
Our ambitious goal is attainable because we are committed to free, prior, and informed consent of Indigenous peoples. And we are doubling the funding for Indigenous communities to engage on projects early and consistently. With First Ministers in that first week as Prime Minister, we also agreed to develop national trade and energy corridors for transportation, energy, critical minerals, and digital. We're ready to turn that concept into a reality to diversify and strengthen our economy, including our commitment made in Montreal 2 weeks ago, our commitment to a $5 billion trade diversification corridor fund. And to ensure that Indigenous participation, we have increased the Indigenous Loan Guarantee Program from $5 billion to $10 billion and expanded it to support more Indigenous-led infrastructure, transportation, and trade projects across the country. We'll make it easier for more Indigenous communities to become owners of major projects and equal partners in building Canada strong. In summary, a new Liberal government will develop Canadian resources and produce Canadian electricity and energy to power Canadian homes and businesses, all using Canadian labor, union labor, and all in partnership with Indigenous peoples. Unlike Mr. Poilievre's plan, this is a real approach that will work. Une approche respectueuse de l'environnement.
An approach that respects the environment,
contrairement à celle de Monsieur Poilievre,
unlike that of Mr. Poilievre, who involves burying your head in the sand and claiming that climate change does not exist. An approach that is respectful of the Indigenous peoples, contrary to an approach that violates their constitutional rights. An approach that is focused on unionized labor, unlike an approach which seeks to make them lose what they have gained.
Recognizes as well that the federal government should run a prudent capital deficit to catalyze enormous private investment to get Canada building again, while spending less at the federal level to balance our operating budget. We're not pursuing austerity that will leave us dangerously dependent and reliant on the United States. It's a real approach that maintains the Impact Assessment Act while making it work better, rather than stopping projects in their tracks by throwing out the whole act, starting from scratch, and then spending the next decade in court. It's a real approach to build a strong and more sustainable Canadian energy industry. You know, as the U.S. steps back, it's time for Canada to lead. We've done it before. Builders made us a global leader in hydro, in nuclear power, in clean technology. Vision made us the 4th largest oil producer. I know that Alberta will be at the heart of these solutions. After all, I was born just north of Fort Mac and I grew up just south of it. When I was born, the oil sands was called the tar sands. It was just a dream. It was a concept. But the combination of the ingenuity of Alberta scientists, the drive of Alberta entrepreneurs, the support of the provincial and federal governments created a powerful industry that has enriched all of Canada. And that same partnership can usher in a new energy era. We can grow our energy sector while cutting carbon pollution. We can lead the energy transition while ensuring affordable energy at home and building the strongest economy in the G7. We can give ourselves far more than any foreign government, including the United States, can ever take away. We will build this country again. We will make Canada into an energy superpower. We will build Canada strong. Thank you very much. Merci beaucoup. I look forward to your questions.
Thank you, Prime Minister. Merci, Monsieur le Premier ministre. We'll now take 15 minutes from the delegation, followed by local media. Let's start with the delegation. Dylan.
Dylan Robertson with the Canadian Press.
Okay. Sorry, thank you, Dylan.
Dylan Robertson with the Canadian Press. Mr. Carney, your platform hasn't said anything about LGBTQ Canadians. We're here in Alberta where the province wants to restrict health care for transgender people, and they want the Canada Health Act to defend their access to gender-affirming care. Would you do that? And what is your party going to do about the backsliding that we're seeing for gender and sexual minorities?
You know, thank you for the question, Dylan. Let me start at a fundamental point, which is, you know, our Canada is a mosaic. We are all Canadians, but we all have different identities and distinctions. And one of the great strengths of this country is recognizing that people can be who they are, they can love who they love, they can live where they want to live. And it's fundamentally important that the federal government is the defender of those rights, defender of the Charter of Rights and Freedoms. And access to health care in Canada is not a business, it is a fundamental right, and we will defend it. For all Canadians without exception.
Follow up.
Mr. Carney, would you cut foreign aid from the current ODA and financing levels? And what is your broader vision for Canada when it comes to global development?
Okay, so the short answer is no. My government will not cut foreign aid, and we will be releasing our platform soon, so you can see that. That is a direct contrast to Mr. Poilievre, who will not just cut foreign aid, but taking his cue from the Americans, he will eliminate foreign aid. He will eliminate foreign aid to those most affected around the world, most punished around the world. He'll eliminate foreign aid by extension to the Middle East, to Ukraine as well. And he will use the money for other purposes, presumably for tax cuts, which is normally what he does when he cuts programs. Our vision is that this is a time for Canada to lead. Canada to lead in developing a new system of trade, Canada to lead in developing our rightful place as an energy superpower, and Canada to lead in ensuring that we play a role that Canada always has, which is to be generous and to be effective in our support of those who are most vulnerable around the world. Thank you.
Bonjour, Monsieur Carney. Michel Sabat, La Presse Canadienne. Accepteriez-vous que ce soit la charte de la langue française
that the Charter of the French language apply to Quebec rather than the Official Languages Act, so that there would be a single language regime, as the Bloc Québécois is asking? Thank you for that question. I want to note that the Bloc voted for the legislation a year or 18 months ago, approximately 18 months ago, and it was unanimous. Apparently they've changed their opinion on this. But that legislation protects the French language, strengthens the French language in Quebec and right across this country. As you know, I grew up in Edmonton, and there are a number of Francophone cities around Edmonton, and it's important to protect minority language communities right across Canada. But as for the French language in Quebec, I know that the French language is declining there, and we must promote it. We must strengthen it, and we must protect it, and we can do that under the current circumstances. Why are you refusing to give Quebec more powers over the appointment of judges, as François Legault's government has been asking? Well, I am always open to discussions with the government of Quebec on any particular subject. I haven't received any such request from Mr. Legault at this point. But the current situation is this. There is a Quebec representative on every single committee charged with appointing judges. These committees assess the judges, and all the members of these committees are Quebecers. So there is one fundamental point here. We need an independent judiciary. That is the fundamental point here. We have a system that allows Quebec to participate. It works well. But again, I am open to any conversations with the Premier and to receive any such request from the Premier.
The Globe and Mail. You've spent years emphasizing how climate change threatens to disrupt economies and advocating for net zero policies and advocating also for the carbon price. So far in your campaign, you've really emphasized the need to increase production of conventional energy, and you have committed to removing the carbon price. So my question to you is, you've been talking about being a pragmatist. Does being a pragmatist mean walking back on your values?
It doesn't, and thank you for your question. We're in a situation where, and I mentioned in my remarks, but you've given me a chance to reinforce this, which there is two things happening at the same time. One is there is an energy transition towards lower carbon energy that is underway around the world. I'll give you one example. Last year, 90% of the energy investment, the power investment in the world, was clean energy, 90% around the world. That tells you where the trajectory is. But of course, it's different from where the world is in terms of consumption of oil and gas, conventional energy. Our opportunity is to have the lowest risk, which we do because it's Canada, the lowest cost through investment, and amongst, if not the lowest, amongst the lowest carbon conventional energy. That is the opportunity we have here in Alberta and across Canada, and it's for the investments for that. So what we're recognizing as part of this is both that clean energy is going to be increasingly important to competitiveness. We have enormous opportunities in this country on that. We can build that out. We can drill down on that if anyone wants to. But at the same time, we want to dominate the market for conventional energy. And in order to do that, in the long term, it needs to be lower carbon on, since you asked the question about climate, on Scope 1, Scope 2 emissions. That's the opportunity that's here. That's what we're helping to unlock. We're looking to work with industry in order to do it, and the great people behind me and those they represent are going to help build it.
Spending money on clean energy, are you looking to spend that money on Canadian clean tech companies? There's a lot of them here, or will it be similar to the previous federal government that spent it on foreign giants on EV battery plants? Attaching a second part to that is, what policies or programs will you bring into place to help innovators more generally prosper in Canada?
Okay, very important question. So increasing focus across a range of policies on catalyzing Canadian investment and Canadian supply chain. So I'll give you an example, if I can, from yesterday, which is we're looking to double the rate of home building, as you would have seen, through new technologies in part, and Canadian innovation in modular housing, mass timber, et cetera. That's actually, it's better for people who buy the homes. The homes cost less, they're cheaper to run. It's also much, much lower emission as a consequence. So that's an example of us using a small amount of government money, clear objectives, clear specifications in order to catalyze Canadian industry. I think as well, where we look at on the clean energy side, the direction of your question is the direction we're headed, so that we're building out that supply chain. We won't have exclusivity because we know we can be best in class, and some of it's from learning from others, but it's building back through, and that's part of the reason why I spent an important amount of time on where we're going on critical metals and minerals, how we get that to market, how we build out the supply chains. And last point, if I may, it does relate to the geopolitical situation, because we as a country need to think very clearly about who are our partners for this emerging industry. We are going to be one of the leaders in this industry. Do we want to reinforce our dependence with the United States with this industry? Or do we want to build on some of the conversations that I have begun with the Europeans, potentially others, on building supply chains out for other partners? Merci.
Bonjour, Monsieur Carney.
Hello,
Christian
Mr.
Noël de
Carney,
Radio-Canada.
Radio Canada. You're talking about making Canada an energy superpower. We don't often hear that from a federal government in Ottawa. How can Albertans believe that you're actually going to do that this time? Well, first of all, I am someone who is focused on results. We have a clear objective. I prefer to have an ambitious, clear objective, and from there develop projects and initiatives in order to meet that objective. Second, there are very specific policies in place and that we have noted in our platform with respect to tax credits, for example, and changes in the way the regulatory process works, and of course, project approval. I have already agreed with the provinces and territories that we will build national interest projects, including energy projects here in Alberta. And finally, I'm an Albertan. On crime, do you believe that repeat offenders should automatically go to jail for 10 years after committing 3 offenses? Well, I believe, first of all, we're not talking about baseball here.
In shows, the 3 strikes, you're out.
3 strikes, you're out, being the concept.
Il faut mettre la force de la loi.
What is needed is to apply the full force of the law to all criminals, which means appropriate punishment for all crimes, including repeat offenders. But for me, it's not as simple as developing a baseball rule to deal with that kind of situation. Nothing automatic.
In English, I just say that, look, I'm for serious crimes or habitual crimes, which is the question. The full force of the law should be applied and appropriately severe punishment put in place. I don't jump to a baseball rule of 3 strikes and you're out for a period of time. No, it's a simple answer. And we will have more to say on, if you want to follow demain on our crime approach.
David Aiken, Global News. Good morning.
Good morning.
Today, Global News is reporting evidence of what seems to be a concerted, organized campaign by Canadian supporters of the Modi government, of the BJP. They donated to Pierre Poilievre's leadership campaign. Nothing illegal about it. He had 37,000 donors. Doesn't seem to have affected the outcome of the race. But it does underline once again what all foreign interference inquiries found, which is nomination races and leadership races are the soft underbelly vulnerable to interference by foreign governments working against our interest. So as leader of the Liberal Party now, will you do what the last leader failed to do and take steps to secure Liberal leadership races and Liberal nomination races from any foreign interference?
Well, thank you for your question, Mr. Aiken. Look, these issues are very serious. I take these issues exceptionally seriously. It was, in fact, my first briefing as Prime Minister on national security focused on that. Obviously, I can't detail the specifics. As you may be aware, I reinforced the so-called SITE process that oversees foreign interference, potential foreign interference in the election, made it more transparent, which is why there are these public reporting, and I think we've had 3 of those public reports. It's independent, it's focused on that. It's important that Canadians, obviously the media included, but that Canadians know in real time what's being, I understand, yeah, but I'll go to that, so I'm the overall point. In terms of nomination, I extend that approach to the Liberal Party as the leader of the Liberal Party. I will note that one of the things that the Liberal Party did in the leadership process, I didn't set these rules, but obviously we followed them, is to be very rigorous on Liberal Party memberships and who voted in that process. It meant, in reality, it meant it was quite difficult to vote for some people in that process. Fewer people would have voted than otherwise would have happened, but that was a price in that case worth paying to ensure that there was a rigorous process, limit foreign interference efforts to interfere with that process, and the integrity of that process stands up well. So yes, we will look at additional measures and learnings to strengthen this so that Canadians can have absolute confidence. I would say, if I may, though, just you're asking a specific question, you have a follow-up. For Canadians watching, the SITE committee, which is an independent committee, which does the reviews, what they have clearly stated up to this point is that there is no evidence of there continues to be a safe and fair election process in this country. And I will add to that that I'm pleased to see the level of engagement of Canadians with all political parties in this election process. This is the most consequential election of our lifetime. Canadians are getting engaged, and I welcome that.
We'll do a last question to the delegation before local media.
Yeah, last night at the rally, there was a protester who, it was hard to hear, I believe said, there's a genocide in Gaza. One of the first protester that interrupted your speech said, there's a genocide in Gaza. And I believe your response was, I'm aware, that's why there's an arms embargo. So I just wanted to clarify what you heard. If you said I'm aware, what were you being aware of? Are you conceding it's a genocide in Gaza?
I didn't hear that. Actually, I didn't hear that word. As you were there, I guess. And yeah, so it's noisy. There's you get if you're up there, you hear snippets of what people say. And I heard Gaza and that, and my point was I'm aware of the situation in Gaza, and Canada does, as you know, and it's a matter of public record. We do have restrictions since probably January of 2024 on arms exports or permits for arms exports to Israel, with the sole exception of the Iron Dome, which protects them more broadly. So look, didn't hear. I was stating a fact in terms of the arms restrictions. Thank you.
Over.
C'était la question est concerne une situation.
The question has to do with something that happened last evening at my event. I heard the word Gaza, but I did not hear the other word. And I answered saying, yes, I'm aware of the situation, the horrible situation in Gaza and across the Middle East. And that's one of the reasons why we have restrictions on exports of arms to Israel, with the important exception for the Iron Dome. It's a way of protecting Israel against missiles.
Local media.
Welcome to Calgary.
Thank you.
Rick Bell from Post Media. I'm going to ask you a question a lot about, well, it's a two-part question. It's one question with two parts.
Okay. Got my pen out.
Number one is it's easy. Number one is Premier Smith presented you with a set of demands. I think there were 9. A lot of them have to do with the energy sector, the emissions cap, Bill C-69, tanker ban, and on we go. When are we going to get a response from you on what, how you're going to react to that, part one.
Okay.
And part two, in front of all these people from Alberta, you talk about fast-tracking nation-building projects.
Yep.
And can you give a commitment to us that you will do everything in your power to get new oil and gas pipelines and new LNG projects included? A real commitment.
Okay,
here.
so first off, Rick, thank you for your question. It is great to be back in Alberta. Hey, I'm from Alberta. You don't need to tell me what Alberta is like. I'm from Alberta. I know this province. Tons of friends here. I got family here. I've known here. I grew it up here. I know. I'll be direct. I'm focused on results. I'm focused on specific projects. I'm focused, and I'm putting in place, as Prime Minister, put in place a process that was very clear. We're going to identify projects of national interest. Any major energy project, virtually any major energy project that comes from this great province, is going to pass the boundaries of other provinces. It is going to be built on Aboriginal lands. They will need the consent and the support of other provinces, of les peuples autochtones, Aboriginal people. The federal government has a role to play here in several respects that I have put in place. I've been Prime Minister for 3.5 weeks, and this is because I'm from Alberta, I'm direct and I do things, okay, Rick? And what have I put in place? I put in place not just a commitment, I got an agreement with Premier Smith and every other provincial and territorial premier in my first week to build energy corridors that run to the national interest, to fast-track those. To make that tangible, what I have done in the subsequent 2.5 weeks is put in place one project, one review at a federal level. What I'm announcing today makes it more tangible with a single window, pulls together a host of different approval processes, signals clearly to the province of Alberta, as well as every other province with the exception of BC, which has already signed up to this, that we will sign cooperation agreements with them. And that will allow us to rely on the assessments of those provinces, which is another way of fast-tracking it. So I'm focused on getting things done in conventional as well as clean. I've got an agreement. I've got a process at the federal level. I'm putting it in place. Now, to be clear, Rick, we need your vote. I shouldn't ask that at the meeting. I'm sorry. We need the vote of your readers. Let me clarify that. Strike that. Strike that. We need the vote of your readers. We need to get some of the Liberal candidates, all the Liberal candidates elected, as many as possible, so we can put this into place. Because if I make one last point, I know you said it was easy. Well, the Smith demands, they wrapped up into, I'm going to spend my time writing letters back and forth. I'm going to put in place things that work. Things that work. That's what we're focused on. And I'll make a final point, which is we are going to move forward as a country when we come together, federal, provincial, industry, labor, First Nations. That's how we're going to move together. And I think that we have the ability as a Liberal government in order to bring together all Canadians to get things done. Thank you.
We'll have time for one last question.
Hello, Alicia Fieldberg, CTV News.
Hi.
Mr. Carney, how will you enforce the Canada Health Act when Alberta's government is promoting and funding more private health options? And I know other provinces are skirting the rules as well.
First off, I'm a believer in working with provinces. I'm a believer, again, I'm going to go back, broken record, but believer in results, getting results for Canadians. Obviously, we will work to ensure that all Albertans' rights, Canadians' rights, are fully respected in that. So, in a pragmatic way and a direct way, again, by working with the province in order to make sure that happens. Thank you.
Thank you. This puts an end to our press conference. C'est ce qui met fin à notre conférence de presse. Merci.
Merci. Okay.
You've been listening to Liberal Party leader Mark Carney making an announcement and speaking to reporters in Calgary. When he's talking about energy, he says two things are happening at the same time. An energy transition is taking place. He said, while clean energy is increasingly important, we want to dominate the market for conventional energy and making Canada an energy superpower. He said this election is the most consequential election of our lifetime, and also said that he will identify projects of national interest and build energy corridors. Rafi Boudjikanian was listening in, and he joins us live from Ottawa. Let's talk a little bit about what he had to say, Rafi, when it comes to clean energy, but also when it comes to conventional energy. And let's talk geographically about where he was. I know you spent many years as a reporter in Alberta, but interesting to see Mark Carney, a Liberal leader in Calgary, and making these announcements in Alberta. And we can talk a little bit about that back and forth between him and Danielle Smith, the Premier.
Yeah, it was fascinating to me to listen to a Liberal leader in Alberta talk about what they're now calling conventional energy. A few years ago, Justin Trudeau might have referred to fossil fuels, but maybe that's a word the Liberals don't really want to be putting forward so often right now. I think at one point in his speech, Mark Carney said conventional energy, meaning oil and gas, like he acknowledged what he was actually talking about. I found it interesting that if you were only listening to his remarks in English, you would have only heard the expression climate change once throughout that speech. I know our audience may have heard it more than once because he said changement climatique in French a couple of times, and that was dubbed over for our viewers. So it sort of suggests a reprioritization of the Liberals at this point, or at the very least during this election campaign as they try to win over Alberta. Some of what he announced was not entirely new in the sense that, you know, right before the writs were dropped, when he had that meeting with the provincial and territorial premiers, he came out of it on a Friday evening and said that they're going to start doing this one project, one review thing. So what we heard today was just the name of the office that will be in charge of that, meaning that processes will be simplified so that if there's a pipeline to be approved, for example, it doesn't have to go through approval by both the province and the federal government. Duplicating the work is how Carney put it. He would just go through one single process, and if it's a provincial one, then this federal office would recognize that province or territory's approval process and just consider it done, kind of thing. As for his presence in Alberta, I mean, Carney has been trying to play up his Alberta kind of, you know, let's not say origin, because he's born in the Northwest Territories, but his Alberta
right?
credentials. He grew up in Edmonton. Right before the election, he went to Edmonton, and so perhaps the Liberals thought, okay, well, now it's time for us to go to Calgary because we haven't been there recently. They seem to think that they have gains to make in and around both these cities. That would be quite a feat. The Liberals have not been able to make gains in both since 2015, since Justin Trudeau came to power. So that would be quite something to see in a province that's a conservative stronghold, really their power base. Today, Carney was in a riding that's conservative, Calgary Confederation. So that signals that they perhaps seem to think that they can get something done there.
All right, interesting. I mean, if you just look kind of at the polls, the aggregator of the polls, there does suggest that there could be a few seats in play in Edmonton, in Calgary. I mean, it's a snapshot in time. What actually happens on election day, that's up to Canadians. But we also heard from NDP leader Jagmeet Singh just before Mark Carney got started. His focus was a promise to move a national farmer care plan forward. What did he have to say?
Yeah, Jagmeet Singh was essentially looking to remind voters that the existing farmer care plan was put into place because the NDP was in that agreement with the Liberals, the confidence and supply agreement, and they were kind of able to force the Liberals' hands. And basically, he was trying to remind people, if you want that kind of thing to expand, if you want all drugs to be covered by pharmacare, then you need to send more NDP MPs to Parliament. One change in tone I noticed with Mr. Singh today was he kept referring to how people he's talking to are saying it's no good to have only one party have all the power in Ottawa. That is suggesting that he's no longer trying to run to form government as the NDP. He's trying to hold the balance of power in a government with another government, another party in power, rather. Now, he was asked that question directly. He didn't quite confess to, he didn't say, yeah, I don't want to be prime minister, but he did say that it's no good to have one party having all the power. He kind of fell back on that line. So that's a little different from the NDP today. And I will note, since we were speaking about Carney being in a Conservative riding, Jagmeet Singh was in an NDP riding, Don Davis's riding. So they were sort of playing defense today.
Rafi, thank you. That is the CBC's Rafi Boudjikanian live in Ottawa. Now, all of the leaders have another busy day on the campaign trail. We will bring you more details a little later in the program with our reporter Julia Wong in Ottawa covering that. But first, we are into a fifth volatile day on global financial markets as U.S. President Donald Trump escalates his trade war. Trump's latest round of tariffs kicked in overnight for imports from around the world, including a whopping 104% duty on anything coming from China. Beijing quickly retaliated, hiking tariffs on U.S. goods to 84% starting tomorrow. Here in Canada, the dollar-for-dollar counter tariffs on certain U.S. auto imports takes effect today. And as you heard, Trump's trade war is looming large over the federal election campaign. We begin with China's retaliation against Trump's new tariff escalation. The tit-for-tat moves triggered a massive sell-off on Asian stock markets, and investors are bracing for a slowdown in global trade. Journalist Laura Westbrook is in Hong Kong with more.
Well, China is not backing down and is, in fact, doubling down. In a statement, the finance ministry said the U.S. practices of escalating tariffs on China is a mistake on top of a mistake, which seriously infringes on China's legitimate rights and interests. Analysts say this is China sending a clear signal that the government will keep its stance on trade policies. China also added 6 more U.S. businesses to its unreliable entity list, effectively blacklisting them, and placed export controls on 12 American companies. Analysts argue that the comprehensive scope of China's retaliatory actions, spanning tariffs, export controls, and materials, is a deliberate strategy aimed at protecting its domestic economy and national security. But the tariffs come at a tough time for China's economy. Exports have been a rare bright spot and a key driver of growth to support its slowing economy, an economy that's dealing with high youth unemployment and a protracted property crisis, and that is hurting demand. Now, China is trying to boost domestic demand, but that won't happen overnight. And in the meantime, businesses are worried about the impact of these tariffs. One Hong Kong exporter, with the US being one of his main markets, told me that his margins are already thin. So he expects the cost to be passed to the US importer and then the American consumer. And that will mean less demand for his products. Laura Westbrook for CBC News, Hong Kong.
As tension rises with the Trump administration, China has issued a risk alert to its citizens traveling to the U.S. Officials are warning Chinese tourists to travel with caution, citing worsening relations between the two nations and the current domestic security situation in the U.S. To Europe now, where markets have also been volatile in response to Donald Trump's tariffs. Leaders there voted today to approve their first set of countermeasures. Willem Marx is on the story from London.
A qualified majority of the European Union's 27 member states voted today, Wednesday, in favour of proposals first put forward by the European Commission, the executive branch, back on Monday. That was not in response to the 20% tariffs levelled against all European goods that began today, but instead against last month's 25% tariffs applied to specific products including steel, aluminium and cars. In a statement, the European Commission said that they objected to what they call the damaging and unjustified tariffs from the United States that would do, quote, economic harm to both sides as well as the global economy. We don't know for sure what these tariffs will target, but it's likely to include American motorcycles, certain types of fruit, timber, and poultry. They'll take effect as early as next week. They will continue to be rolled out in May and then all the way through to December when they will take full effect. In a statement, though, the European Commission did leave some wiggle room, saying that they would suspend these measures as and when the United States came to the table and ended up with what they called a fair and balanced negotiated agreement. For CBC News, I'm Willem Marx in London.
Federal party leaders continue crisscrossing the country with the campaign now at the halfway mark. We'll talk to a polls analyst about what he's seeing in the numbers. You're watching CBC News Network.